they are willing to.
Hello. What in the hell? Why are they calling it a bazooka? That's an RPG. It's fucking lame. Holy crap. The rocket actually hit the vehicle, and he was shot at, and apparently the guy was unharmed. That's unreal. Holy fuck. That's nutty.
Out of Beijing. China's senior-most general has reportedly been detained by investigators after being accused of leaking critical information about the regime's nuclear weapons program to the U.S. He's also being accused of corruption in at least one example for accepting bribes in exchange for promoting an officer to defense minister.
The general in question is 75-year-old Zhang Yuxia, was widely viewed as one of China's leaders to Xi Jinping's most trusted adversaries, or advisors, excuse me. Their
Base trader.
fathers, they fought side by side during the Chinese Civil War that saw Mao Zedong's communist forces seize power in 1949. He could now face the death penalty.
The news comes in the wake of a wider crackdown on corruption and party disloyalty. Over the past...
Oh, he's facing more than the death penalty. I can tell you that much. That guy's getting tortured like a son of a bitch.
2.5 years, more than 50 senior military officers and defense industry executives have either been investigated or removed from office.
China's top command body for the People's Liberation Army, the Chinese Central Military Commission, has also undergone a dramatic purge over the last few years. The commission usually has 7 members, however, now only 2 remain. One of them is Xi Jinping himself.
Okay, so the question, what does it all mean? Let's ask open source analyst Ryan Macbeth, who's been...
I cruise in 500 Unitillers from calling out fake natties decades ago, or a decade ago, to now being accused of lying about your doses. These think you were on gear for years and only recently upped the dose, sensor transformation. That literally makes absolutely no sense. So yeah, that's a dumb idea. Where are people getting the idea that I'm running? Like, it's just so weird when I literally post on Instagram, so they're like, nobody has to like use their fucking dumb chimp brain to remember things. They can just go to my Instagram page, look at what I'm taking. It's just bizarre seeing people saying I'm on test propionate. Why the fuck would I take not only test prop, but 210 fucking milligrams of test prop? Why? Where did you get that idea? Like, are you stupid? More like 210 3 times a week. It's just so fucking hilarious. It's so funny how, like, people are just absolutely clueless. Oh, his testosterone was more than double the reference range. He's gonna have side effects. Like, that's not even high. They have no fucking clue, dude. Oh, it's so funny. What a dumbass. Yeah, that's pretty funny.
CTV senior political.
That's actually hilarious. Thanks for the donation, I cruise on 500.
Frank has uploaded a new vid.
Let me take a look. Thanks for the donation, James. Yeah, this is gonna be dumb. Alright, he's got a couple new shorts too.
Marpy has a much higher chance to completely ruin your face than improve your aesthetics. And there's a few people on here, I think that guy Blython and a few other Marpy morons that have been corrupted by money promoting this ridiculous device. Do orthodontics, get double jaw surgery. This is not the solution. Marpy stands for Mini Screw Assisted Rapid Palate Expander. It's basically this.
Yeah, that never went through any kind of medical testing, and it's a complete and utter fraud. It completely fucks up people's face and teeth.
An evil device, they screw into the top of your mouth, and it stretches your upper jaw. And anyone with an IQ above 80 might not want to stretch their face without doing the whole thing. Why would you want to increase the size of one part of your face without the rest? Why aren't you widening the lower jaw? Why aren't you widening this? It's going to be out of balance. And a quick Google search will prove that it doesn't do much for aesthetics. And I saw that. This doesn't look real. This doesn't look real. Are you kidding?
No,
Are you
stupid.
kidding? I hope that's not real. I'm assuming it is real. And this is a perfect example of Marpy making someone look like a Neanderthal clown. It's hilarious. You could see his lower jaw has reasonable teeth spacing and looks good, but then the upper jaw, what happened? This is proving my point. When I said, why would you want to expand one part of your face? It's going to put things out of balance. And I'm sure this guy was much better looking before. Oh, I'm expanding. Freaks at this point. Like, is this some PP measuring contest where the person with the wider jaw is the best? Like, is that their metric for what makes you better looking? This is the main guy that promotes this device. And there's a few doctors that now have vested interest in making a lot of money off of Marpy. Work is by nutrition, and they won't admit.
There aren't any doctors that make any money off Marpy. No doctors ever promoted that device. That thing was created by a literal fraudster. He had a number of other frauds that he was running, but that was one of his most recent ones.
Where's my fucking money, motherfucker?
The difference between Trax NYC and all of the other scammy jewelers in the Diamond District is that he pretends to be generous online. He plays the victim, but I did business with him a few years ago. It was a complete nightmare. It took months and months to get a custom piece, I guess, because I wasn't spending the
Gig has no running water to shower, so Gig used the water in his espresso machine to scrub his pits and balls. You for real? That's terrible.
that much money. And when I finally got the piece, it was completely wrong and double the spot value of gold. It was like an all gold piece, and his profit margin was like 100%. So I drove down to the city one day, and I wanted to spend more money, but this was kind of like a test. I was getting like a $5,000 piece for my birthday. March 16th was the first day. This guy Kirby, who I'm guessing still works there, was the person that was taking care of me. So we started in March, April, May. It's been 2 months. Now he's sending me like molds and stuff.
Anybody who would buy high-end jewelry is a fucking idiot. You're genuinely a complete and utter fucktard. The metals and like gems or diamonds or whatever on their own are worth far, far less than the jewelry. Jewelry markup is ridiculous. So you're buying something at like a 3, 4, 5, 6, 8 times markup when the actual shit it's made out of it is far less. Like, it's just stupid. It's one of the worst investments you can possibly make. And on top of that, you can get fake shit that looks identical that nobody could tell is fake for like fucking peanuts. You can buy something for like 10, 15 bucks. And then it looks like you're wearing real gold and diamonds and shit. Like, why the fuck would you ever bother? Just so stupid. Dodo, $22, would you ever forgive him? Do you think he can come back? Ye's full apology, Wall Street Journal. Yeah, no. Yeah, no, this is just a fake bullshit apology. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Off of the piece, and that it ends up going into like July and August. Oh no, even into September. So March, April, May, June, July, August, September, like 8 months to get a custom piece after I already gave them a deposit and they owed me money too is freaking crazy. They held my money for 8 months. They jerked me around. For me, that's a lot of money. You know, I started my business with nothing. I never had money throughout my whole life. And it was a big deal for me. And it's clear that this guy is making millions and millions of dollars and is taking advantage of a lot of people. And the fact that he goes online and does this giveaways and pretends he's generous when he's doing the same scummy BS as all the other jewelers in the Diamond District really pisses me off. Because I see this guy on my For You page almost every single day, and all I think about is the horrendous experience I had with him and how I know he's making just as much money, if not more, than everyone else in that booth. The difference is he knows how to play to the crowd. He gets people to like him. He gets people to feel bad for him. He's like, oh, look, I'm different. I'm giving money out to people on the street. I wouldn't be surprised if it was all completely staged. Because if this guy is so greedy, if he's making that high of a margin and that much money.
Frank doesn't understand what the typical margins are for jewelry. Like, he's just an idiot.
Is he actually giving that stuff away? Is he choosing what people to treat certain ways? Because I was treated horribly. It was a lot of money for me. And at the end of the day, I just ended up taking that piece to another jeweler, melting it down, and having it remade into something actually nice. Maybe I'll show you guys that piece in a separate video. But no, it's just really, really scummy, dude. He's no different. If not, he's worse than all the other people down there, because he'll reel you in and then he'll take even more money from you than those other guys.
Alright, let's watch full organic produce list.
What's up? How are you guys? Last week we announced that we would try.
Water pipes froze. Yeah, it's gotten ridiculously cold here too. Coldest it's been is -50.
Selling produce on Frankie's Free Range Meat. I've ultimately decided that regardless of whether or not we get enough orders, I'll just do giveaways to meet the demands. So even if we only get X amount of produce orders, maybe I have to like give away blueberries or something with every single package. Whatever it is, we'll make sure the demands are met. So we'll probably try switching over to a la carte in a few weeks. The previous video we did explains what's in the current packages, and this video is going to explain every single item that will be available organically. So this video is going to be kind of boring and long. It's just going to be me listing all of the organic produce that we can have on Frankie's Free Range Meat in the future for you guys that might want to support us now or place an order to ensure that you're supporting this, because most local grocery stores throughout the United States do not have even like decently fresh organic produce, let alone the vast, vast selection of fruits and vegetables that we're going to have. So I have a very...
He literally showed what it is. It's everything you can get at a grocery store.
Very long list in front of me. It's, I think it's 28 pages, but I forgot to print out the correct pages because not all of it's organic. Like 80% of it's
Are
organic.
you retiring from YouTube?
Yep. So as soon as I win the lottery, I'm retiring. Thanks for the donation, Ploppy Poopy.
20 pages of organic stuff. Oh, did I just staple it twice on the wrong side? First item on the list is apples, and there's quite a large variety of organic apples. We're not going to offer all of them, but if someone wants like a box of Granny Smith apples to make a lot of pie, we can do it. I think we're probably just going to offer my two favorite, which are Cosmic Crisp and Honey Crisp, but they have Fuji, Gala, Envy, Granny.
Honey Crisp apples are crap. And Cosmic Crisp aren't that great. Frank's Taste and Apples are terrible.
Smith, Pink, Sugar Bee, Ambrosia, Envy, Evercrisp, a few different types of Fuji, like 5 different types of Fuji, different types of Gala, different types of Granny Smith, different types of Honey.
Yeah, I know. I love how this doesn't make any sense. He'll FedEx your fruits and vegetables, and somehow they'll be fresher than what you can get at the supermarket. It's fucking stupid.
Crisp. And what I mean by different types is there's different sizing of apples. You know, there's different grading and sizes of apples. So you can buy like...
Wait, he failed with the free-range bullshit, now he's selling produce? The fuck?
I think he's doing this because he's desperate for some, like, income or something. None of it makes any sense, dude. He's probably going to go out of business in the next few weeks. So... yeah, none of this makes any sense. Thanks for the donation, Pharaoh. Top Gooner donated $2. First 30 seconds, you reckon he was natural here? He got that gay stripper look, but that size and leanness at 18 is insane. What do you think?
Who is ready to jump?
Oh my god, dude. Jeff's side is so fucking cringe. Yeah, he was probably on steroids. Like, I find it pretty hard to believe this guy was natty his whole life. Like, he would have been 18 here, so yeah, he's... I seriously doubt it. Thanks for the donation, though, Top Gooner. Dodo... let me see... Unbelievable ice memo just leaked. We literally already reacted to that, I think, yesterday. Are you okay? We literally watched this, like, yesterday. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
100 count or like 50 count, where the apples are going to be much larger. Lady Alice, Opal, Pink Lady, so there's quite a large variety of apples available. Bananas, it's just regular organic bananas, but we...
I don't know why these lefties want communism. It didn't work. When Gorbachev refused to violence to suppress dissent, the Soviet Union fell apart. And China learned a lesson from that and moved away from strict communism to being more capitalistic.
It's a religious belief. The reason why communists still exist is because they have some fucking dumb religious belief where one day they won't have to work anymore, or at least not as hard, and they'll be given everything they want for free and la-di-da, you know. So that's all it is. These people are just, you know, crazy religious idiots. Thanks for the donation, G.
We can buy different ripeness. So we can buy green, breaking, or yellow bananas. I'm assuming we're going to try the breaking bananas and the yellow bananas and see which ones we want to choose for long term. Berries, they have blackberries, blueberries, raspberries, and strawberries. For citrus, we have grapefruit, lemons, limes, mandarins.
I love how he's like, oh, the selection will be way better than what you can get at the grocery store. Literally everything you can get at the grocery store.
Like tiny oranges.
Ploppy Poopy donated $3.
Hey, might just
I fucking hate the stupid ass music everybody plays. Yeah, that looks like a very nasty fall. It's crazy how these people do this shit without any helmet or protective gear. Stupid. Thanks for the donation, dude.
A few different types of mandarins, including the organic cuties, which are a really cool product for your kids. Organic versions of the small little edible oranges, those are really nice. Blood oranges, navel oranges, caracara oranges, a few different types of navel, tangelos, and pomelos. I don't even know what tangelos are. Green and red organic grapes, nothing crazy there. For melons, they have mini watermelon and Kiwano horn melon. For pears, there's Andrew, Bosque, Prism, Red, Comus, Concord. There's like 7 different types of pears. It's pretty cool. I'll probably look each of those up and see which ones you want.
Dude, pears suck. They're just shitty apples. Like, if you've ever wanted an apple that has less sweetness, doesn't taste as good, and has like a more gross, like soft texture, that's basically what a pear is. It's basically like a ghetto shitty apple.
A few different types of avocados. Preconditioned, spring leaf, yeah, maybe they're different stages of ripeness. A few different types of kiwis. Guys, I said at the beginning, right? Everything I'm saying is organic. That's the point of this. Only organic produce. So a few different types of kiwis, mangoes, pineapples, pomegranate.
Oh my god, is he just gonna fucking...
Spring onions. When we made the steak sauce last time, we ran types of ginger, beach mushroom blend, a lot of different types. A few things here and there.
He's literally listing off everything they're selling. Okay, great. Why even make the fucking video?
Because it might just be a website thing. Like when we started selling certain grains and pictures of the different types of fruits and vegetables and stuff. For me, I mean, I have so many apples every day and I have a lot of starches and carbs. So the biggest things for me on this list are like I'm going to be able to have the freshest, highest quality apples every day, and maybe sweet potatoes as more of a starch selection sometimes. And then when I do want to make like my barley soup or different types of like meat preparations, I'll have a lot of herbs and vegetables to add flavor. That's the main purpose of vegetables to me, is to add variety, flavor, and fiber to the meal without adding anti-nutrients. You know, you're being very selective of the specific ones you pick out to make your diet as delicious as possible while still being healthy and optimal. I think the fruits are going to be big. I'm just, I'm hoping that in the warmer months, fruit variety increases and the prices get better. I'm assuming there's more access to fruits in the warmer months. And because these pineapples aren't cheap. I have to charge like $10 for a pineapple. Yeah, recommended standard retail price is pineapple $10 each. It's not that cheap. But organic is never cheap.
Yes, buy the same food for a higher price. That's what organic is.
I don't know if you can grow pineapples in the Northeast or in certain colder climates. Like, hypothetically, if you bought like 1 or 2 pineapples every week and just replanted the stems in your backyard, I'm not actually sure if they'd grow up here. Obviously, in some of the warmer states in Florida and stuff, yeah, you could like...
Dude, oh my god, Frank is such a fucking retard. He lives in fucking Pennsylvania. He's literally going through that crazy fucking blizzard that's, that's coming through. And then he's like, I don't know if you can grow pineapples here in Pennsylvania. This is where he lives. He's not sure if he can buy fucking... He's not sure if you can grow fucking pineapples where he lives. What a fucking idiot.
When you buy organic vegetables,
God.
You could and fruits, you can save the seeds and plant them and eventually have your own garden. But it's not practical for a lot of people.
Oh, he's so
it's a trade-off.
stupid.
You're living and working in a
That's
higher populated
hilarious.
area that has winter, hopefully to make more money to be able to afford to buy this stuff instead of growing it yourself. But we have the produce packages available online right now. If you guys have like a special diet and you eat like, a case of potatoes every month, which
Should do the pineapple diet like Cali Muscle. Didn't he have like an itchy butthole constantly from eating nothing but pineapple? I'd rather not.
I might end up doing, like a case of apples every month. We could sell that too, like whole cases, maybe discount. And to be honest with you guys, I don't really want to do this. The profit margin on this is not good, but like if I'm looking forward to it a lot for my personal diet, I know that a lot of people would like to have access to like high quality organic produce every week. Even if they're only buying a few things here and there, it's nice to have like more of a guarantee of the quality. Like even when I go to the supermarket now, for the only thing I buy sometimes, which is apples, like even if I go to the supermarket the day the apples come in, they're still like half rotted sometimes. So I'm hoping with this supplier, we're able to have very high quality control. But it's
And there's the cat stepping on my keyboard.
it's hard because like produce companies, especially in high volumes, they're not picking their blueberries like when they're ripe as possible. Like, yeah, you're getting fresh blueberries, right? I mean, if you picked blueberries when they were as ripe.
Salt and vinegar potato chips are great. I fucking love them. It's just most brands, they're not vegan friendly. Really annoying.
Ripe as possible and froze them.
Oh my god, stop. Get out. Stop.
Those would be higher quality than fresh blueberries because of the ripeness factor, but we'll get into that another time. So the produce packages are available on the website. I just wanted to read and go through this just to give you guys an idea of how vast the selection was. Literally any single fruit or vegetable you can imagine, organic, they have it. So I'd like to be able to do that in the near future. I'm just not sure how well it's actually going to translate because it might just be a website thing. Like when we started selling certain grains and stuff, putting them on frankieskoreanfoods.com to separate them because it's very difficult. It's just, it's a lot of work. Like imagine if, and I'd like to do this, but I think we can, like if you have a foods order and a meat order, I want to start working towards being able to combine them. But like imagine if we had an order with like Frankie's Naturals, Organ Supplements, Wi-Fi Shielding, and Frankie's Free Range Meat all at once. It'd just be too much. And logistically, what I'd like to do in the future is basically 2 separate websites. It'll be like the food stuff, anything food related can be shipped together. And then like the supplements, Wi-Fi Shielding, and Frankie's Naturals will all be lumped together. We were planning on having that launched already, but with all my health issues and all the nonsense going on and people harassing me, the business stuff hasn't worked out perfectly. And if I did combine all those websites like that, it would be like a logistical nightmare, both to manage the websites and the orders and to have to fulfill them myself. So we just weren't ready to jump the gun and do that at this point, mainly to allow people to save on shipping. But thank you guys for joining me. I'm not sure if it's going to happen this week because of the storm, and I don't have an account set up with this produce supplier yet. So I don't know if we're actually going to be able to place an order this week and have it delivered this week. But I know for sure, regardless of what you guys order, I will meet the demand every week because the minimum produce order is $1,000 a week, which is a lot of money. But compared to what we spend on meat, it's like nothing. So even if we had to give away even if we had to do giveaways and stuff, it's not that big of a deal. Like we'll do it. And I think that eventually things will pick up and we won't have to worry about that. But worst case scenario, we could always.
His property is getting foreclosed on. I don't know who is stupid enough to order anything from this jackass. He's just going to take everybody's money and cut and run.
If we do giveaways for 3 months in a row and it doesn't pick up, which I don't think is going to happen, then that's a whole different story. But thank you guys on the free range meat website, frankiesfreerangemeat.com. The first thing on there is the produce, and you can read those first few packages we came up with and order them. I checked like 2 days ago. There honestly weren't too many orders. So I know things usually have to take time and pick up, but then it's also going to be, it would be an absolute nightmare. I think what we will have to do moving forward is you have to place the produce order separately, but it will be shipped together. It's just going to be too confusing to have the meat and the produce on one order slip.
I love you.
So what you guys will have to end up doing is
I love you.
Like you place your meat order,
potato
you place your
chips,
produce
though.
order, then we can ship it together and try to apply discount if possible. The produce, I might not be able to make it eligible for discount, but we'll see how it goes. I have a feeling if, this many people don't have access to high quality grass-fed meats, then same thing goes for the organic produce and the organic vegetables and stuff.
So
Well,
Highguard has been
Frank is still stupid, but we already could have figured that.
out for a few hours now. People have been waiting with bated breath to see how this game would perform, given the unusual circumstances surrounding it. The fact that it was announced at the Game Awards as the big finale, only for that to be like a huge marketing mistake, because we're talking about a brand new IP from a brand new studio tackling something that...
Okay. Oh, this cat has to go upstairs. All right. There we go. Yep, I uninstalled Alien Isolation. That's one of the most piece of shit games I've ever played in my life. That is shocking to me. Absolutely shocking to me that that game got good reviews and is generally well liked. Boring, stupid, pointless fucking game. Just one of the dumbest, poorly designed fucking games I've ever played. Just stupid.
that is hero shooter-esque, and for that to be the big finale kind of turned a lot of people off. And then the game kind of just went radio silent for the duration of its marketing campaign, except for like 3 days prior to its launch. That's when we start to see some activity. And today, the game has finally launched, and we're starting to see finally a lot of activity on social media, trying to explain the game, what it is. There's this video right here titled Highguard Official Launch Showcase that kind of walks you through the entire gameplay loop of this game. And it is essentially described as a PvP raid shooter, taking inspiration from survival games and the way you like raid other people's bases, but in like a fast-paced first-person shooter format. That also has aspects of like Overwatch, you know, it has hero shooter elements. It's got...
This is some of the dumbest shit I've ever fucking seen in my life. Why do people play this shit?
You know, I was actually kind of with you on some of your points about Venezuela when you debated Destiny. But this idea that the US needs to own Greenland for proper national security is absolutely fucking retarded. You instantly lost after saying Tjat.
I never said the US has to own Greenland. I just said they need a substantial military presence in Greenland. Thanks for the donation, stupid.
Got some elements of like Battle Royale in the way there's like item pickups and equipment pickups to upgrade your character. It's also got aspects of like Rainbow Six Siege with that attacker-defender gameplay loop. There's definitely some inspiration taken from like the MOBA genre and titles like Counter-Strike and Valorant, and like, you know, the way you have to like plant and defuse bombs as one of the methods to take down enemy bases. And, you know, you can tell where all of its individual components were taken from, but it's all combined in a way that tries to aim for a different kind of gameplay loop and gameplay experience. And we're here to analyze in this video how it's all been going so far. Now, do note that the game's only been out for a couple hours, and so the real test will be over the course of like a week or a month even. That's when we can get like a really full picture. But I will say that within the first few hours of the game's launch, it's been a little rough. Now, on one hand, when it comes to like peak concurrent players on Steam, it's not doing so bad. Clearly, this game garnered a lot of attention, especially due to the unusual circumstances surrounding it and the fact that people were covering that unusual circumstance, covering the fact that the game has gone radio silent, covering the fact that it was a mistake to announce it at the Game Awards as like the big finale of that showcase. And so enough eyes were on this game where the curiosity has certainly struck a chord. And so people are at the very least checking the game out, with the all-time peak concurrent player numbers right now sitting at, almost 100,000 players, 97,249 players. So at the very least, you can say that Highguard is by no means Concord 2. Concord was just such a...
Player numbers are going to fall off a fucking cliff in about 3 days.
Disaster when it comes to how few people played it. Like, we're talking about a game that launched to roughly 2,500 players. Concord was a game you had to pay for. But even when Concord was in its free-to-play beta, the numbers were so minuscule, over 150,000 players, and it did fairly well at launch, 100 reviews. And, some of that does come from the fact that Highguard's optics were so negative due to the way it was marketed at the Game Awards as the big finale. But even people who've, checked this game out and given it enough of a chance and tried out a match or two are not fully in love with what they've played so far. So, for example, one of the big criticisms is that 3v3 does not feel right for the format of this game due to the fact that the maps are so big in Highguard to the point where 3v3 just feels too sparse. It feels like you don't encounter players as...
It's 3v3? Are they insane?
Often with this reviewer believing that the size would fit better for 5v5 or 6v6. The guns feel nice to shoot, but feel uninspired. Audio is weird because people sound like they're above you when they're actually in front of you, and vice versa. The game needs serious work in order to be what it was hyped up to be. And people are saying similar things where not all of the thought processes and considerations surrounding the game design feel appropriate. And then people are also highlighting a lot of technical issues, with people either having to wait a long time to enter matches due to long queues, and when they do enter matches, they're reporting a lot of bugs and issues and getting kicked out. And
dude, at this point, I mean, if you're complaining about kernel level anti-cheat on a multiplayer game, it's like, what the fuck are you even doing? So you'd rather aimbotters and wall hackers and shit just ruin the fucking game? That's better than having kernel level anti-cheat? Like, stupid.
Also, performance...
Kiss, Marry, Kill. Anna Kasparian, Ms. Rachel and Code Pink Lady.
I'd wipe them all out. Yeah, they'd just all be dead. Thanks for the donation, G.
Issues is something that people have been discussing through these Steam reviews. And I will say that I myself have tried to play the game and check it out, but currently it's proving to be impossible because right now when I try to get into the game, even when I just try to play through the tutorial, the game boots me before I have a chance to play anything. This has been my experience for the last, 30 minutes or so. So let me show you right here. You can see that you have to play the tutorial before you can engage with its other modes. So I click on it and I hit play, and you'll see that it'll find a match, and eventually it will. But once it does, what happens is I get taken to the loading screen, as you'll see right here. And then I'll just get booted out. Watch. This has been my experience with Highguard for the last, 30 minutes, like the last hour. Like, I wanted to at least play a match before making this video, but I'm not capable of doing so. And looking through social media, I'm not the only one experiencing these issues. A lot of people are reporting that they're having trouble just like playing the game at all. So technical mishaps at launch, definitely not helpful.
That is absolutely fucking brilliant. It's so weird, game development. You'd think... How long have video games been a thing? I mean, like, since the fucking 1980s, at least. We're talking about modern games. You'd think there'd be, like, a fairly straightforward formula with how to make a game, like, moderately fun, somewhat entertaining, worthwhile to play. And you'd figure people would know how to, like, program shit so it works properly. And then we have so much fucking trash slop that just isn't worth your fucking time and just doesn't work properly.
Helping optics surrounding Highguard. And that's the risk you take when you don't do, like, a beta test, when you don't allow people to check the title out prior to launch to work out the kinks. You know, the game is out fully. It is not advertised as a beta, and so people will treat it as such. And so that's not painting a great picture surrounding the title. On social media right now, you can see that people have been experiencing all kinds of technical issues like long queue times and error messages saying that there are not enough players, which means that a lot of players are having trouble connecting to the game, as well as errors like this one saying that there's an online error, your connection to HighGuard has been lost. A lot of server issues that are associated with games portfolio.
Technically, the first video was invited back in the 70s.
Well, yeah, it's like tennis for two or whatever, right? With the radar equipment. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
And result of an entropic, self-consuming industry. Here's someone else bullet pointing some of the issues that they had with the game, and it's a lot of these same issues that plenty of people are expressing, saying that, you know, just on a technical level, the game is rough at launch with constant crashes and bad optimization. And then from a game design standpoint, this individual feels as though 3v3 raids feel absolutely boring. The game really needed a mode with more players. And finally, endless, not enough players messages when queuing, so more technical issues that prevent people from even playing the game. Now, that's not to say that there isn't some positive reception out there, with people appreciating that HighGuard does try to, like, reinvent the wheel a little bit, where, yeah, they take components from all these other games, but they mix it all up together in this concoction that tries for something new, this, like, PvP raid thing that they're going for. This genre that does feel like a different take on some traditional gameplay loops or traditional gameplay elements that are combined to build something that does feel like it doesn't try to be like every other shooter. And for those media outlets and creators who did attend the event for HighGuard, where they got to play, you know, like 6 hours in a less technically compromised environment, you know, reception seemingly has been positive, and the general consensus is that while, you know, nobody knows for sure whether this will gain traction and will allow this live service to live for many years to come, at the very least, there's a general appreciation for the fact that this game does feel like it tried something new and isn't like just a copy and paste of the same formats that are out there. It's not necessarily revolutionary, but it does feel like it's trying to invent a game mode that is an amalgam of all of these different things that is greater than the sum of its parts. But from the technical issues at launch to the general feedback that 3v3 is not quite doing it, given the size of the maps, and a lot of like design considerations that they couldn't tweak because they didn't host the beta, all of that ultimately is creating an environment where HighGuard isn't being seen as worth the amount of hype that the Game Awards gave it as the big finale announcement for that show, and the amount of hype that Jeff Keighley gave it through all the tweets that he...
Dude, it's like some stupid, fucktard hero shooter dumb shit. Like, oh my god. How many of these have we had at this point? Like, anybody thought this would be any good?
We'll start to tweak the game based on feedback. No doubt that people will start to get more acclimated with this kind of, which is kind of what this game needed, due to talk to the developers about the marketing campaign and the announcement of the game, and they kind of talked about how all of that played out, because the original plan for HighGuard was to pull in Apex Legends. The original plan was, in fact, to shadow drop the title, but then apparently Jeff Keighley reached out with a proposal and a plan. Here's what co-founder Chad Greenier told Kotaku, quote, "Look, we always plan for, you know, a surprise release, but then Jeff came in and wanted to do something special and put us in the Game Awards. We were going to do a shadow drop, you know, since day one, almost since forming this company. We did it with Apex and it worked well." Now, I will highlight again that the reason it worked with Apex Legends and why HighGuard wouldn't benefit as much from this maneuver is the fact that Apex Legends came from a well-known and renowned studio, Respawn Entertainment. It was, you know, with
Apex Legends is fucking garbage. Overwatch is fucking garbage. Marvel Rivals is fucking garbage. All these games are fucking garbage.
Within the Titanfall universe, so it had some brand recognition to it, and it really ran do something with it. So we rushed a trailer together. I wish the reception is that I don't think...
Yeah, everyone's just a fucking idiot. Well, who would have figured?
Political correspondent Mike LeCouture breaks down the boost and who benefits. Mike.
Well, Sandy, after a week where the Prime Minister made headlines for a speech in Davos, Mark Carney was back in Ottawa looking to make some headway on domestic issues.
So we're acting today.
Choosing to be in a produce store instead of Parliament, Prime Minister Mark Carney announced new measures to tackle the affordability crisis. The Liberal government is renaming the GST credit the Canada Groceries and Essentials Benefit and raising it by 25% for 5 years. With an additional one-time payment this year, the average family of four will get nearly $2,000 in 2026 and $1,400 each of the following years. The measure is expected to help 12 million low-income Canadians.
On average, these payments make up for the higher level of food prices since the pandemic.
Carney also laid out a new national food security strategy to strengthen domestic food production and improve access to nutritious food. The GST measures aren't new, according to the Conservatives.
Today's announcement is a recycled Trudeau-era policy. It will not permanently provide relief. It is a temporary measure.
The focus on pocketbook issues is a clear response to the number one concern of Canadians, according to this pollster.
That's going to be the battleground for the next federal election, and it's going to be the key way that Canadians judge.
Dear God, we need the Conservatives in office so bad, dude.
Both Mark Carney and Pierre Poilievre.
With a campaign-style announcement today, it had some wondering if Canadians could be headed to the polls this spring.
Oh, hey, I think that's Farm Boy. I think I know what exact store that is. I'm pretty sure that's Farm Boy.
Of course we're not. We're not. We're focused.
I'm pretty sure I've been in that exact store before. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I've literally been in that exact store.
Announcement today, it had some wondering if the GS get into the hands.
Throw out your rights, whether they're Second Amendment rights, First Amendment rights, Fourth Amendment rights, at a moment's hesitation if they think it stands between them being able to do something or them being wrong.
By now, we've all seen video clips showing the Alex Pretty incident from multiple angles, and we've also seen clips showing federal officials just clamoring to convince the public that what they've seen was completely justified, even prior to any actual investigation occurring. We see both sides pushing politics and sowing division rather than looking objectively at the facts to figure out what happened, and then fairly applying the law. So I'll walk you through what we actually know happened based on the currently available video footage, and then let one of the best civil rights lawyers in the country, Patrick Giacomo, with the Institute for Justice, who is literally at the forefront of the efforts at holding federal officials accountable for civil rights violations, cut through all the BS, all the propaganda, and give you actual information that you need to know right now. And there's a lot of it that you are not hearing anywhere else.
People are watching the same video and, at least on my observation, seeing very different things. All these prohibitions in the Constitution, this is not negotiable. This is the absolute bottom line. You cannot cross this line if you work for the government.
Federal agents claimed that Alex Pretty, a 37-year-old intensive care nurse, quote, violently resisted them, and that the officers then fired, quote, defensive shots, killing him. But is that what really happened? Bystander.
That is one of the craziest fucking lies I've ever seen any law enforcement agent make. Given that we actually have the video footage to see what actually happened. Just so bullshit.
Bystander footage appears to tell a different story, one resulting in what appears to be an unarmed man being shot. There was a really good frame-by-frame review of this in the Wall Street Journal today, which I will link below, that sticks entirely to what can be seen on these bystander videos. So this is what we know for sure that can be seen. And by the way, we would have much more information if these masked officers were wearing body cams. Yet they have chosen not to, so we have what we have. The issue here is, was this use of force justified, or was it not justified? It's not about whether Alex Pretty should have been arrested and charged with obstructing or impeding federal officers. It's not about immigration policy or even immigration enforcement policy. It's about whether the decision to pull the trigger and shoot him multiple times, ending his life, was reasonable under the circumstances, as the law requires, no matter the political atmosphere surrounding it. So what does the video show? On Nicollet Avenue around 9 a.m. local time on Saturday, locals blew warning whistles and filmed masked federal agents walking through Minneapolis's Whittier neighborhood. Bystander footage shows Pretty standing in the street where he appears to film with his cell phone while other people approach the agents. Seconds later, Pretty approaches the group shouting, "Hey," and continuing to film. As Pretty and the two other civilians walk away, one of the agents follows them. That agent then shoved somebody who appeared to be with Pretty. Pretty immediately puts himself between the fallen person and the officer, who appears to spray a non-lethal chemical agent on all three of them. As a struggle ensues, agents pull Pretty from the others. At least 5 masked DHS agents surround him and force him to the ground. Bystander footage shows one agent drawing his firearm and pointing it at Pretty. Around the same time, a different video verified by the Wall Street Journal shows Pretty pinned to the ground, and agents appear to discover a firearm on him. In a statement, DHS said the officers attempted to disarm the suspect, but the armed suspect violently resisted.
The ICE cop should be arrested for Jasmine. It would be illegal to do that in any other country during a write her a letter.
Then a second later, one of the agents fires his weapon towards Pretty, the first of at least 10 shots within 5 seconds. As shots are fired, bystander footage shows another officer raising his firearm. A preliminary analysis of the video's audio by the Wall Street Journal suggested that a total of 10 shots were fired from a single semi-automatic firearm, according to Robert Marr, a forensic audio analyst at Montana State University. About a minute after the shooting, bystander footage shows officers shouting, "Where is the gun?" as they attempt to apply first aid to Pretty. At 9:04 a.m., a Minneapolis Fire Department rescue unit was dispatched to 26th Street and Nicollet Avenue for a possible ICE-involved shooting, according to Fire Department scanner traffic. And within minutes, rescue workers performed CPR on Pretty, who officials said died at the scene. At about 10:30 a.m., as the crowd grew, rescue workers were called to help someone who had difficulty breathing. It was related to chemical irritants used by ICE agents, according to Minneapolis Fire Dispatch audio. Hours later, Border Patrol Commander Gregory Bovino told assembled reporters that Pretty had approached the agents with a handgun, intending to, quote, massacre law enforcement. A reporter then asked when exactly the gun came out. "This situation is evolving," Bovino said. "This is under investigation. Those facts will come to light." Patrick Giacomo, senior attorney with the Institute for Justice, is the primary person I wanted to hear from about this incident. He is the lawyer who just recently successfully took on the FBI when they raided the wrong home in Georgia, terrorizing an innocent family. He appeared before the U.S. Supreme Court on basically the same issues of federal officer accountability that we have here now. I knew that Patrick would be able to explain this much better than I could, and in a way that stands on principles of freedom, rather than one that is influenced by politics and political bias. In fact, this was such a great
21st Century Tellers, what do you expect ICE to do exactly? You lack an answer for what ICE should do to change or be better. Don't hire retards. Don't let them out on the street with a gun with no training. And these weird operations they're conducting just seem pointless. How should they conduct operations exactly? Blah, blah, blah. I don't believe in disbanding it, moron. So they should probably conduct more operations at night, not in, like, high traffic areas or times of day where more people are going to interfere. And all these agents are completely incompetent.
great conversation that I just
Thanks for the
couldn't
donation,
cut
dumbass.
any of it out. And I think that you need to hear the whole thing and also share it with your friends and family. So let's get into it. Are you able to give me like a synopsis or a good summary of what is the legal standard here regarding whether or not this use of force was justified?
Yeah, I mean, so if you look at the basic standard under the Fourth Amendment, we're talking about reasonableness, and the way that that's been interpreted is that before you're able to use deadly force, which of course, you know, killing someone in the street is, you have to be in reasonable fear for your life or the lives of others. And there are some other exceptions for fleeing felons when you've witnessed a felony that aren't going to be applicable here. And so when we're talking about this particular killing in Minneapolis.
Good evening, Richard. How are you doing tonight? Did you sleep okay last night? Were you warm enough? How many blankets do you use? By the way, didn't you say you'd clean up the diet? How will you get to 3% body fat if you keep eating chips and cookies? Steam locomotive emoji.
My sleep's been fucked. I basically slept all day because I couldn't sleep last night. I think I have like 4 blankets. And I'm not trying to get to 3% body fat right now. Thanks for the donation, though, James.
Minneapolis, the officers have to show that their actions were reasonable, and the reasonableness is going to be based on a reasonable fear that without shooting here, there was someone who would otherwise be losing their life or being seriously injured that would justify the killing of someone.
I didn't hear you say that any part of that standard is...
Richard is a gay faggot.
I've heard you say that acne is just an autoimmune response.
Acne is absolutely autoimmune. I would
It's not autoimmune.
say it's not that your face isn't clean enough.
Right.
Right?
Right. I do skincare like 3 times a day. I feel like I'm a very healthy individual, but I'm probably eating closer to like a paleo organic diet currently. Right. I've been trying to incorporate more meat and organs here and there, but yeah, I'm really interested to pick your brain about acne.
And this is exactly what I'm thinking about. Someone like you is someone that I hope the content will reach, because the idea is, okay, maybe there's some vegetables in your diet or something that you're not aware of that's triggering your autoimmune response. And
this guy is genuinely an absolute fucktard. Dairy has been proven to be one of the most acne-causing foods. And then this guy recommends dairy.
And this is a simple, free, easily accessible way to say, maybe I'll just cut this out for 3 or 4 weeks and see how it goes.
Right.
And then if it doesn't help, you can incorporate it back. But this, I think, is where it makes me excited, because it's so empowering for people when they hear this. Oh, maybe kale is causing my thyroid issues. Maybe spinach is causing my joint pain.
This is just, like, outrageously fucktarded. I can't even, dude.
No way. That is crazy. It's not burning. All right, I got to test this, you guys. Let's see. Let's test it. Come on.
You realize it's like a black cookie? Like, what does he mean it's not burning? It's obviously burning.
What the heck? That took so long to burn that? I mean, eventually it burns, but that's crazy. So a post on this...
Why don't you try burning your swimming pool and see what happens? Maybe there's some, like, weird chemical they put in the water that stops it from burning.
got fact checked, and people said it didn't burn because of the sugars, and it takes a while for the sugar
Sugar does burn.
to caramelize. If I did this to real food, it would burn instantly. You guys know that if I did this to a
Bananas aren't black.
steak or milk or...
Get golden Oreos and do that to the golden Oreos and watch what fucking happens. Like, oh my god, dude. This... We need to have a hard reset for humanity.
Mouthwash is good for is cleaning your toilets. Whatever you do not use mouthwash in your mouth. Multiple studies have shown significant health issues in humans using mouthwash daily.
No.
Increased blood pressure and increased...
Mouthwash causes diabetes. Okay.
increased rate of diabetes in observational studies, decreased athletic performance, decreased gains in the gym.
This is just so retarded.
Decreased VO2 max, that's a measure of how much oxygen you can use, your oxygen aerobic capacity. All of these things happen when you use mouthwash because it kills all the bacteria in your mouth, which produce nitric oxide, compound essential for vasodilatation.
Like, this is just so ridiculous. So fucking retarded, and people listen to him. Thanks for the donation, fag.
Nigga, what is this, like the second death out of millions of ICE interactions? Given that people are protesting and tensions are high, do you really expect there to be zero incidents? This is akin to Leibtard's expectations for Israel's military response to Hamas.
Oh, that's great. I don't care about your stupid rage bait bullshit. Thanks for the donation, dude.
I'm all for enforcing immigration policy with due process. Not this BS. And it absolutely baffles me how the right is justifying this, saying he shouldn't have had a firearm. They're supposed to be all pro 2A. Also, you're joking about final steam, no?
Yes, it's a joke. Yeah. Apparently they're pro 2A unless they have a political disagreement with you or you're doing something that they don't like. Like, again, that bootlicking fucktard, Colin Noir, made that stupid fucking video lying about that woman who got shot by ICE. Where is he now? What's his justification for this shooting? You don't hear a peep from him. Because, again, the only thing he'd be able to say is, oh, well, why did he bring a gun to a protest? Well, so he'd have to say, oh, well, maybe the Second Amendment shouldn't, exist, and we should take away, your right to carry a firearm. So, like, it's just, these people are just ideologues. They are just supporting violence against people with differing political beliefs. That's all it is. Thanks for that donation, Masashi Blade. 21st $20. I honestly think you're being incredibly ignorant to the task ICE has given their finite resources. They do not have finite resources. They have a ridiculous amount of funding and the political environment and expecting them to have zero mishaps. Yeah, buddy, if I, were to, just take a knife and, stab a baby, you can't just say, well, you can't expect somebody to be perfect. Obviously, throughout the course of somebody's life, they're going to make some mistake. It's just fucking stupid what you're saying. Not saying the shooting was justified, but it doesn't mean ICE needs to change. It clearly means ICE needs to change. You're an idiot. Thanks for the donation, stupid.
Do you think if humans became robots it would be a much better existence for us?
I don't know, maybe. Thanks for the donation, Rick.
Exactly, VG, we gotta get right to where human evolution started from.
No, I was just thinking of eugenics. Just getting rid of all the fucktards. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Mike donated $2.
That you do not find joy in the death of other Americans who you fundamentally disagree with. I don't blame you, though. Our political parties have become our tribes, and
yeah, I don't know why you sent me that.
Is whether or not the subject they're interacting with is armed in some way.
That's right. I mean, so the beauty and the frustration with the Fourth Amendment standard of reasonableness is that it's a flexible standard, of course. So someone having a gun is not a justification for a government official to kill them. Someone having a gun and pointing it at a government official is.
Sego donate $2, dude. You scammed me for sit-ups yesterday. You literally have $1 set up now. It's 5 sit-ups. Molly Richard scamming. What the fuck? And why did you delete the debate? Actually, answer scammer. Delete what debate? What the fuck are you talking about? Thanks for the donation, dude. I'll do the sit-ups later.
And so there's a lot of gray area between those things. And the same can be true for any number of things. Of course, we've been talking about, potentially using vehicles as weapons, as the government would characterize it, or people driving past government officials as other people might characterize it. And, everything in one of these scenarios is very hard to put into a nice legal box, which I think is for the best, because reasonableness does need to be a flexible standard, but also is very frustrating for people because certainly in this polarized time, people are watching the same video and, at least on my observation, seeing very different things. And so you have situations where I think people who are acting in good faith, and of course there are plenty of bad faith actors too, are watching a video of, what happened with Renee Good or what happened with Alex Pretty, and two people see the same exact video. Now, I'm not talking about different angles or, AI enhancement or whatever nonsense is going on. And people will look at the same thing and say, oh, nope, I'm looking for
My last video was set to private. No, stupid, it's just blocked, and that wasn't the debate. Sengoku donated $2. Let me see. Yep. There's some dumb shit. Why didn't he, oh my god. Does this chick look 25 to you? No.
I feel like every single person my age is getting lip filler, Botox, jaw reconstruction.
Yeah, she looks way fucking older.
Boob job, nose job, which there's nothing inherently wrong with that. That's not what I'm saying.
I would have guessed 40.
However, as a 25-year-old, I do have 3 very prominent lines on my forehead that I feel like other 25-year-olds aren't.
Yeah, she looks like she's 40.
Yep, and it was blocked by none other than the fucking BBC for copyright, as if we didn't have a reason to hate the BBC more.
Yes, thanks for the donation, Dodo. Did he literally just break both of his fucking legs or ankles? Holy fuck.
Rest in peace to that man ankles. Second of all, to the spotter, brother, I don't know what the hell you was doing. You just there for moral support. Then you gonna tap him on the feet like it's just a boo-boo. Oh, you can get up, man. You'll be all right, bro. It's not like you broke your ankle, man. Get up.
That is a crazy injury.
Reason to justify this, or I'm looking for a reason to find that it was actually a murder instead of an illegal shooting. And that's, I think, where a lot of the division lies right now.
Well, fortunately, there are multiple angles of the shooting that occurred. Based on your observation on what you see in those videos, what is your conclusion as far as what happened?
Yeah, so I mean, just to lay my bias on the table, of course, I'm a civil rights attorney, so I'm looking at these things with an eye toward government overreach, government abuse, and of course, in a situation where someone's been killed, it's easy to find that as a default. I'm still waiting to see what else we learn, and I kind of rolled my eyes at that in this particular instance when the first videos came out, because if you watch the video, at least from the perspective that I have, just seeing someone shot, I don't know, 9 or 10 times, especially 6 of which while he's laying prone on the sidewalk. It's hard to justify. And my overall view of the situation as we understand it today is that this was not justified. This was an unconstitutional killing, and it certainly would be a crime under several different statutes, and we can get into the legality of holding accountable federal officials. But here, there's no evidence that this man was trying to draw his weapon at the time he was killed. And I think actually the best potential defense of the government actions here is that when one officer removed the gun that I believe Mr. Pretty was legally carrying, he appears to have discharged it, or at least there's a question about whether he discharged it. And then the other officer who actually killed Mr. Pretty was responding to that gunshot and thinking for some reason that maybe Mr. Pretty was shooting. I think that's still hard to justify given the circumstances, given the number of agents that were around, given the fact that it appears on the video, at least the videos that I've seen, that the agent who shoots Mr. Pretty actually sees his colleague remove the gun and walk away from the scene with it. And so it's very hard, at least.
People seem to be mixing up the timeline because there's two different angles. The ICE agent who removed the firearm did negligently discharge the firearm, but that was after the other agent started shooting him. So I think it happened in reverse. I think the guy who disarmed Pretty, he ended up negligently discharging the firearm because he heard the other officer shooting. Not the other way around, where the other officer started shooting Pretty because he heard the other guy shoot the gun.
At least at this preliminary stage, for me to watch what happened in that video and not think that there was a constitutional violation because this shooting was not justified. But again, we may find out more, and if the gun was discharged, the scenario gets more complicated in terms of what.
Sengoku donated $2. Let me see. I think there's a lot of reasons why manga's better. But yeah, it's obviously better. He fainted.
I actually couldn't believe the stat.
I'm not listening to this guy. Thanks for the donation, Sengoku.
What that officer might have reasonably believed in terms of whether there was a risk of death or great bodily harm.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of concerning that the federal government comes out immediately after this occurred and accuses the guy who was shot here of basically attacking federal officers with a firearm. When the video, every angle that I've seen it, does not show that Mr. Pretty, or however you pronounce his name, ever used a firearm during his interaction with the officers.
Right. Yeah. I mean, I think there's no way to describe what many of our high-level federal officials did in the immediate, and I mean within minutes or hours aftermath of the shooting, as anything other than despicable. Because it's very clear that people like Secretary Noem and Greg Bovino came out and said things that are utterly false. And Stephen Miller, of course, called this man an assassin. J.D. Vance retweeted that. All of these things are being done with a very clear political purpose that has apparently no connection to reality, because whatever you can see in the videos, it's none of those things. I have not seen any angle in which Mr. Pretty reaches for his gun, certainly never has his gun. For much of the video, he's holding in his hand a phone that he's recording people with. You're getting a lot of sort of online commentary from the right about how he was interfering, obstructing. If you watch the video, I mean, the problem with interfering and obstructing is that the statutes are written so broadly that the government can do just about anything if you kind of step between them and what they're trying to do. I think there's still, and this goes to the further need for additional factual development, we need to know why, for instance, that CBP agent was shoving the woman down. That seems gratuitous to me, and I'm not sure of a good justification for why. That's when Mr. Pretty gets involved in the first place, and he gets maced. He's obviously not trying to strike the officers. He's trying to de-escalate the situation. He's then thrown to the ground and all the rest of it. And at no point during any of that did he try to reach for the gun. Did he have the gun in his hand? Did he shoot the gun? And so for the federal government at the highest levels to come out immediately and just say things that are blatantly untrue and had no basis in reality at all is very frustrating. And I think it just plays into the problem that we have in the sort of social media age where everybody watches these videos the second they come out, and they're always, cell phone videos from a distance and first, and there will be many, many more, and tries to form a belief, and the beliefs often are sort of calcified around their priors. And so, like I said at the very beginning, as someone who's looking for government abuse, I can find it in that video. As someone who's looking for a justification because they like what the government is doing here, they can find something to talk about. That doesn't mean that either side is right or wrong at that point. But the frustrating thing is for the definitive statements of people that are supposed to be in positions of authority, positions that are given, in my mind, completely incorrectly, deference, to come out and say these sorts of definitive things that we find out are completely untrue is really something that we should be more concerned about than we seem to be.
Yeah, I mean, the scenario where somebody actually brandishes a gun or pulls out a gun, threatens to shoot or does shoot at police officers is very different than if somebody is just filming and shouting at police officers and just happens to be armed with a gun that was never taken out of the holster.
Right. And I think another frustrating thing about, this is an example of something we've been seeing with this muscular federal presence in the immigration space is that we'll see these conversations about what happened. And if the person who's justifying the shooting is pressed and they have to give up ground, they just keep retreating and never admitting that, okay, maybe you have a good point. Maybe there's something here and we should give this more considered idea than just saying, nope, it's definitely justified and let me come up with 6 reasons. And I think another example of how far gone that is in the hours after this shooting, you went from seeing these federal officials come out and say things that are completely untrue about this man being an assassin or some sort of Marxist hitman or whatever it is. And then once all of that was slowly but surely disproven, and the question of what happened became much more one of, well, maybe they just screwed up and there's some sort of explanation of, well, it was a huge mistake. They say instead, they make these pronouncements like that U.S. attorney from California of, oh, actually, you should never bring a gun to a protest. So it's really your fault. If you have a gun anywhere within eyeshot of a government official, it's your fault if they kill you. And not only.
Yep. Second Amendment doesn't apply, apparently.
Does that sort of show their inflexibility in being willing to admit that a mistake may have occurred or that this was an unjustified killing, but it goes to show you that they are willing to throw out your rights, whether they're Second Amendment rights, First Amendment rights, Fourth Amendment rights, at a moment's hesitation if they think it stands between them being able to do something or them being wrong.
I mean, how many opinions would be different here if instead of an ICE agent that were an ATF agent at a Second Amendment march or protest where a Second Amendment supporter who's armed but not otherwise threatening the officer with a firearm, just holding a cell phone, even shouting at the officer, even blowing a whistle. Under the same circumstances, how many people who support this past shooting would not support the same exact factual scenario with an ATF officer and then a victim they sympathize with as opposed to one they do not sympathize with?
Yeah, and that's the greatest frustration for me or anyone who sort of takes a principled approach to the Constitution. There are people, I think, who are strong Second Amendment supporters who themselves do not like guns or want guns or own guns. And, we need to look to those people in these times. And the same can be true about the First Amendment. There are going to be, atheists, of course, who will support the right for people to worship and things like that. And those are the folks that tend to sort of hold the torch in these dark times, because I've been saying this since before this happened. In the waning days of the Biden administration, the ATF changed some of its regulations on firearm sales and transfers. And based on those changed regulations, then executed an early morning raid at the house of a man named Brian Malinowski, who was the director of the Little Rock Airport. And those agents shot and killed Mr. Malinowski in his house because he thought that he was being robbed or otherwise attacked by unknown people in the dark. And that was because he had been exercising his Second Amendment right by keeping arms, and the government decided that it wanted to make some strange example out of him because of this changed regulation, and they went in his house and they killed him. And this was a huge cause celeb for the right. People like Tom Cotton and Josh Hawley and Jim Jordan were up in arms, rightly so, about this. And it was very frustrating to watch because there was a hearing that was held by Congress, and it was opposed by a bunch of Democrats at the time. And Stacey Plaskett, I think, was chairing it from the Democrats. And she was shouting about how outrageous it was that this hearing would be held the week after Police Week because it belittled the actions of our brave men and women in law enforcement. And it was kind of in that moment, before seeing what we've seen now, the sort of bizarre world experience as someone who deals with, government abuse and police issues in particular, to watch Democrats use the same lines.
Yeah. Donate $2. Let me see. These people disgust me more than warmongers do. They're hypocritical enablers. Yeah. All right. Well, these people are just crazy. This is the clearest footage. Well, this is AI touch-up, right? Yeah, gun removed. So, I think I'm right about this. So, it seems like this guy shot him before this idiot who disarmed him negligently discharged the gun. So, yeah, I think this guy shot him, and then this guy got spooked by the gunshot, and then accidentally shot the gun that he took from that guy, Alex Preddy.
Who was the most annoying and insane person to ever donate to you? Was it the guy who would spam your stream with burp stonos? What the fuck was that guy doing? Unlike other trolls you had, he was the only one to do it for a fetish they had. I think.
Yeah, that was pretty annoying. Yeah, he's got to be at least one of the most annoying. Thanks for that donation, G. Carrying out executions, protesters in prison. Yeah, you'd figure.
Okay, but I'm hot. Marching for Palestine makes you 100 times. Oh my God, it does! Okay, but I'm hot. I'm hot regardless. Are you queer for Palestine?
Yes, of course.
Okay. Why do you think there's so many people here with dyed hair? Is there a uniting factor that people that are like cooler?
I think you have to be cooler to support Palestine. Otherwise, you're just a massive loser.
What brought you here today?
To just be a pain in someone's ass.
Do you think there's more Australia can be doing? I know the IDF has like an amazing military, but like you guys have kangaroos. Like maybe you can send them in.
Yeah, maybe. It's got like the pockets that they can put all the weapons in.
Yeah,
right?
they could put the weapons.
Pickled Asparagus Boy, don't need to tell you, did you see the video where Mike Tyson thought Hezbollah was a toddler? Yeah, I saw.
Hezbollah. The short guy. The short guy. Is that a real video when you cradling him? Is it like,
Yeah, you know.
Did you know he was...
There was a baby. That's how I am with children.
Yeah.
I'm hugging on this guy.
Yeah, that's hilarious. I didn't realize he was an adult.
Yeah, how can I help you? Hello? Yeah, how can I help you?
Yeah, I don't like those prank calls. Thanks for the donation, dude.
That Republicans, would normally use if you want to look at this through that partisan lens. But it was a real learning experience, and now we're seeing the roles reverse again. And so when you say how can people think this way? Because imagine the ATF. So yeah, of course that's wrong and it's ridiculous. But they don't even have to imagine it. I can send you a news article about Brian Malinowski being shot in his house by the ATF, and I don't understand either why people can't so easily see that what they're doing here is building weapons that their enemies will use against them.
What about the fact that people say, yeah, but this is different because these people are going out and they're actively trying to obstruct federal officers? I mean, they're not just protesting, they're physically obstructing federal officers, and they're doing that armed, and that's different. I mean, what's your response to that?
Yeah, so I mean, obviously the law is the law in terms of obstruction and interference with law enforcement, whether it's state or federal.
There is nothing cool about supporting Palestine.
Yeah, you're literally just beta male faggot if you support Palestine. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
And you definitely don't have any sort of right to use a gun to interfere or obstruct. That being said, having a gun while you're out in public, while you're out protesting, is itself not anything inherently wrong, and is something that's protected by our Second Amendment. And of course, it has to be. And so I think when you hear these sorts of statements, and this is true with many of these things, there's something to it from a legal perspective. But people are throwing these things around because they see them as an easy way out of addressing a harder problem, which is, of course, if someone comes out on the street and points a gun at a CBP agent and gets shot, he's not had his Second Amendment rights violated. But when someone comes out and, like you said, shouts at or films a CBP agent, which of course are things both protected by the First Amendment as well, and then they're killed, and the after the fact justification is, oh, well, while we were doing this, we found a gun, and that justified to some degree or another our decision to kill this person, then that implicates the Second Amendment too. And so to the point you made, we would not have seen this sort of, at least from the partisan battle lines that we see today, this sort of argumentation being made when, for instance, people with AR-15s were standing out in front of the Michigan State Capitol when Gretchen Whitmer was imposing, very questionable COVID restrictions. That is protected by the Second Amendment. So would this be protected by the Second Amendment? We've seen several videos now of people in Minneapolis simply standing outside open carrying firearms, and people on the right highlighting that as some sort of horrible, egregious, illegal thing when, to your point, if they had been protesting something else, the same people would be staunchly defending their right to do so, and correctly.
To me, the scariest part of this whole thing is the fact that these are federal officers wearing masks. We don't know who they are. Their employer clearly doesn't care to actually investigate things that they do to people. So what else can be done? These are federal officers, and as we've discussed before, it's pretty much impossible to sue them. Even if we find a new video that shows undisputedly that it was an unjustified shooting, the family still likely could not successfully sue the shooter or shooters because they're acting on behalf of the federal government. Could you go into that some, and the fact that they're operating with a total,
yeah, dude, especially considering you have this situation where they're federal agents and they pretty much have absolute immunity. You'd think everyone would be a lot more cautious with, what they permit these people to do, like, oh, well, let me look into what they actually did and see if it's justified before I start defending federal agents that can murder with impunity. But no, just bootlicking fucktards. Dodo donate $2. This is cringe. She's trying to be like Mom Donnie and do the social media TikTok thing because people like that because they're retarded.
Who knows? Just push it out of the way. Okay, see what I'm doing here? No strain on the back from doing that. Now when it gets a lot heavier, you're gonna have to do a little bit more, but don't lift much. Just do it in smaller bits, okay? Little bits. You can do this. Don't do a big pile and fill this up because that can lead to a heart attack. You don't want that.
Ugh, it's fucking cringe.
Of his waistband, I have his arm, his hand. My colleagues burst in from the side, and I'm just sitting on him. I have him pinned down on the floor, and I'm sitting on his chest. In the meantime, he's just like, Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar. And so my liaison partners gave him a shot of Demerol and knocked him out. We put him on a gurney and covered him up like he was dead. And we put him in the service elevator, took him down, put him in an ambulance, and we took him to Intelligence Service Headquarters. He woke up 2 hours later, tied to a chair. I said, we can do it the easy way, we can do it the hard way. It's totally up to you. We know who you are. He was the leader of that country's Hezbollah wing. I said, we want all the weapons, all of them. We know that you're the keeper of the weapons. He's like, F you. So I said to liaison, we should just break into his house. I mean, there's a good chance all these weapons are just in his house. And they said, we can't. He's got a live-in maid, and she doesn't know anything, and she never ever leaves the house. And I said, okay, well, let's just declare a gas leak in the neighborhood, and then we'll evacuate the cul-de-sac. And then we'll just go in and bring a locks and picks team in and just pick the lock. They said, no, we can't do that. We don't have We don't have gas lines in this country. We use propane. Bring a propane truck. We'll leak the propane. Then we'll declare the emergency. The fire department comes. They evacuate all of the 6 houses. We break into his house and we find a safe, like a double-sized gun safe. It was enormous, the biggest gun safe I've ever seen. The weapons have to be in there. So we bring the locks and picks team in, and they've got, you know, the stethoscope on, and they're doing the tumbler, and they crack the safe. They open it, and it's empty, except for this handwritten, like childlike handwritten map. So we get in these 2 Jeeps. We drive south, as the map tells us to do. We get out where it tells us to get out, and we found this bunker full to the ceiling with every weapon they had, landmines, hand grenades, rocket-propelled grenades, everything they had. We completely put Hezbollah out of business in that country. And as it turns out, he's still in prison 25 years later.
Nice.
It's one thing to say, all right, they're enforcing the law. We don't armchair quarterback decisions by law enforcement officers that have to be made very, very quickly, split-second decisions and all that. We can't always judge them in 2020 hindsight. I mean, it's one thing to acknowledge that, but it's another thing to say we're not going to judge them in any way at all. If the feds don't want to do anything internally to their own employees, sorry, there's nothing that can be done at all. You cannot sue these people, and the state and local authorities cannot even prosecute those people criminally. I mean, there's zero accountability for whatever these guys do, and it seems like they know that.
Yeah, so I mean, there's several things I want to start with before we get into that, and now we're kind of zooming out to the bigger problem, I think. And so to start with, I think you're right. I mean, the federal government's not going to hold them accountable, and I think the statements that we've seen from people like Greg Bovino and Kristi Noem show that this is behavior that they want to encourage. I don't see any other way to interpret the fact that every time something at least questionable has happened, the immediate response before any evidence has actually been sussed out is for the government to come out immediately and full-throatedly supporting their officers and completely and totally treating as villains, calling terrorists or agitators or whatever the people who've been killed. And so I think the incentive structure is pretty clear for federal agents.
Gee, donate $2.
So the bodies piling up on the streets, that's all AI, that's all fake, is it?
There are no bodies piling up on the streets.
No bodies piling up on the streets. We've seen them with our own eyes.
And no, not on the streets. I live in Tehran.
Well, in the morgues.
And by the way, so then rephrase and don't produce propaganda.
I thought that
Governs in Iran and who doesn't. Yesterday on the street, I heard to Roy, people who you call
no difference.
Okay. Thanks for the donation, dude.
And of course, the bigger problem is the lack of accountability. And I'd also say that as someone who grew up in a conservative Republican household and came to sort of the lowercase L libertarian position that he's at today from that perspective, it is very shocking to see people from that milieu now cheering the idea of groups of masked, armed federal agents patrolling the United States for any reason. This was historically a boogeyman of the right, and correctly so, because you had instances like Ruby Ridge and Waco, and you had rightful concerns about the things that those bands of federal agents might be doing. This is something that violates concepts of federalism, and it, of course, is something that could lead to the violation of Americans' rights. And now, unfortunately, because the armed federal agents are roaming around doing something that people on the right may like to one degree or another, there's a lot more excuse making for something that on principle should simply be rejected as something that would be anathema to our founding fathers. In terms of holding...
Donate $2. Do you take a multivitamin? Is it harmful to take it if you don't need it? I do take a multivitamin. It probably wouldn't really do anything if you don't need it. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Holding them accountable, yes, this is really where I think the rubber meets the road. And so a few years ago, in a case that we litigated at the Institute for Justice called Bird versus Lamb, you had a conservative judge, Don Willett, in the Fifth Circuit, a conservative circuit, lamenting the fact that federal officers act in what he referred to as a constitution-free zone because there's nothing that can really be done to hold them accountable when they violate the Constitution. And you touched on several of those reasons, but I want to go through them to show to people just how completely insulated federal officers are And one is, okay, well, maybe we can hold them accountable by charging them with crimes when they really act badly. So let's take this scenario and change it to be one where this officer is on video saying, hey, I'm going to go over there and murder this man, and then goes over and murders the man. So it's just as clean as it could be. There's no, disputes about what happened. Even under those circumstances, you're now left with a situation where state prosecutors, like you said, generally have a very hard time suing federal officers if their actions are taken pursuant to their federal duties. This stems from a case from the Supreme Court in the 1800s called In re Nagel, where a U.S. Marshal killed a man who was trying to assassinate one of the justices of the Supreme Court who recused from the decision in the case. And the Supreme Court basically said the Supremacy Clause means that, at least under some circumstances, state prosecutors cannot charge federal agents with crimes for conducting actions that are, quote, necessary and proper to their federal duties. And of course, there is some logic to this. We don't want to essentially allow states to make federal operations de facto illegal by simply arresting every federal officer who tries to engage in what is otherwise lawful behavior. I think that the Nagel decision has been read very lazily over the past century by the lower courts, and the Supreme Court has done very little to sort of rein it in. And so you see essentially the rule being applied is that if someone's a federal officer, they can't be charged with a state crime. That's not actually true. I don't think that's true under Nagel. I think there are also exceptions that need to be made for Nagel. And one of them would be if an officer is violating the Constitution, the Supremacy Clause shouldn't protect him. But as the law stands today, it's extremely difficult, bordering on impossible, for state prosecutors to charge federal officers with crimes when the crime is committed pursuant to actions taken in the line of their federal duties. That leaves us with federal prosecutors who can, of course, prosecute federal agents. There's a statute, 18 U.S.C. 242, that actually makes it a crime, and the crime is capital if the victim dies, for a federal agent to violate someone's constitutional rights willfully. And the willfulness standard is basically the clearly established standard from qualified immunity. This is a statute that has been in place longer than the Department of Justice has existed. This is a Reconstruction statute alongside Section 1983. But the glaring conflict of interest, which of course is federal officials charging other federal officials with crimes, means that the statute is almost never used against federal officers. It's rarely even used against state and local officers. And so the big takeaway in terms of the one large way we could see accountability, which is prosecutions, is that prosecutors either cannot or will not prosecute federal officers when they break the law or when they violate your constitutional rights. And then that leaves it to us, the American people, to enforce our own rights. And I think that is a good system if it had the appropriate tools. But over the past few decades, the American people's arms have been tied when it comes to doing this, because while you used to be able to broadly sue federal officers when they violated the Constitution under what's called a Bivens cause of action, a few years ago in a case called Egbert versus Boulay, the Supreme Court took that away from us. And certainly whatever's left, it does not cover immigration officers, because the Egbert case was a Border Patrol case, and the court explained that one of the reasons why you couldn't bring a Bivens cause of action was because of that context. And so then that leaves us just with these sort of oblique, more novel ways of trying to get at constitutional accountability indirectly. And so the main one is a statute called the Federal Tort Claims Act, which had kind of been pretty derelict in terms of doing what we now need to do with it, which is hold accountable federal law enforcement officers. And that act allows you to bring claims for torts, which for non-lawyer listeners are kind of the legalese word for harms. And you bring the claims against the United States itself instead of against the individual officers. And so this is a very oblique way of getting at constitutional violations when you're someone like the family of Mr. Pretty, who's now probably going to have to bring a
retard.
Turn around and put your hands behind your back.
Turn around and put your hands behind your back. You're an idiot.
Put your hands behind your back.
Got nothing on
Turn
me.
around and put your hands behind your back.
Turn around and put your hands behind your back. You're an idiot.
Put your hands behind your back.
Oh, that's good. That's some funny shit. Thanks for the donation, retard.
A Federal Tort Claims Act case where they say, you committed assault and battery, et cetera, instead of you committed a Fourth Amendment violation. And then at the end of that process, if successful, you will get damages from the United States for those harms and not for constitutional violations. Another thing about the Federal Tort Claims Act that I know all too well is that it's absolutely larded up with special requirements and pitfalls and exceptions and defenses. And it really is a minefield because it was never designed for this purpose. And now we're left with that being the main and kind of almost, as it sits today, tool for federal accountability. There are other novel arguments that we're advancing at the Institute for Justice, but none of these has caught on yet. And so we're kind of scrambling to figure out what, if anything, can be done when federal officers violate individual rights. And to the point that we started off on, that means, like Judge Willett said, that these officers effectively are operating in a constitution-free zone and their employers are cheering them on. And that means that they're going to behave poorly, because that's what happens when someone has power that's completely unchecked. And the decision about whether someone who annoys you lives or dies is just completely up to you and your discretion. And so something should be done about this. Congress should do something about this, for instance, by amending Section 1983 to allow constitutional claims against federal officers. And people on the right should want that because, like you said and we talked about, it's so incredibly easy to imagine this being done from the left to the right. And my fear is that in this current, polarized political environment, that we are in this sort of ugly race to the bottom, tit for tat, where whoever wins the next election, if they have a D next to their name, they will figure out how to wring as much vitriol and violence as possible out of the government to punish their critics. And we need to do something to stop that. And I think the something is to fix the law so that it applies equally to everyone, regardless of whether they're a Republican or a Democrat or on one side of the aisle or another, and regardless of what type of federal agent is violating what type of constitutional right. All of them are constitutional rights that are protected, and all of them should be enforceable.
Are you guys at the Institute for Justice interested in representing the Pretty family? Should they reach out to you in filing a lawsuit here potentially under the Tort Claims Act or whatever other cause of action is available?
So we can't openly offer representation because we have a review process that has to be approved by several different internal checks. But I can say for sure that I would be very interested in speaking with the family about what happened, and we can talk about it from there. The same goes for anyone who's a victim of arguable federal abuse or state or local abuse. We want to hear about these issues because through our Project on Immunity and Accountability, we're focused on tearing down the obstacles between Americans' rights and remedies for those rights when they're violated. And
Dodo, donate $2. How has China ended absolute poverty while it skyrockets? China has not ended poverty. They have a massive homeless population. They basically just kill them and steal their organs, or just shoot at them and scare them out of town, and then they end up living in the woods. Why are they all senior citizens?
Senators. Shay LaBelle, who's with us tonight. She's our tech coordinator.
Yeah, they're all retired. This person looks like a fucking baby dressed up as a elderly person. What the fuck is this?
For the Code Pink Congress.
They're all senior citizens because they're unemployed retirees who need money. So basically the CCP just ends up finding these loser fucktards who will just sell their own country out for money. Here's a cat.
That city.
You're saying he wasn't protesting peacefully, and yet the video before shows him holding up a cell phone, directing traffic. The video after shows him being pummeled by these law enforcement. Everyone has now seen this video across the country with this man holding up a cell phone. And part of the outrage that people are expressing is that they feel as though the federal government is asking them to believe something that they don't see with their own two eyes. Is that what the administration is asking of the American people, to believe that he was violent, when the video, based on what everyone has seen so far, does not show that?
Well, first of all, I did not say he was violent. I said he was not protesting peacefully. And you just described what every American has seen, which is video shortly ahead of the incident, where he was screaming in the face of ICE.
He was not screaming at them.
Phone up right to the right into ICE's face.
He did not have it right in their face.
You tell me, is that protesting peacefully? I mean, we all see the same thing. I mean, you shouldn't try to gaslight the administration about what happened. That was not a...
Yeah, speaking of gaslighting.
That city.
Jeez.
Hey guys, welcome back to today's video. Today is Sunday, January 25th, 2026.
I guess we can look at that. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. $100, donated $2. Ghost caught on school security camera. I think that's a person, not a ghost. So this little poof here is a ghost? Okay, I'm pretty sure that's not a ghost. It's probably just a poof. Thanks for that donation, $100. Sego donate $2. Dude, what the fuck, actually, do you get joy out of scamming me? Not cool. 7 sit-ups, you're gonna act like you forgot and scam me. What the fuck, man? 7 sit-ups, please. I have a good job. Sorry, I have a job and spending my money to get scammed. Not cool. Why is your latest vid removed? Don't scam. Just got blocked. Thanks for the donation, dude. I'll do that later.
And today we are going to be talking about an exclusive
Yeah, I'll twerk if you give me 50.
set of reporting from Axios as they obtain secret recordings around Senator Ted Cruz and Donald Trump and J.D. Vance's conversation around Ted Cruz's massive warning to the president that prompted the president to scream expletives at Senator Ted Cruz in their 10-minute long conversation. Senator Cruz ended up telling Donald Trump that he believed that if they get to November and people are in a bad place on an economic perspective, Republicans will go into Election Day and face a bloodbath. He adamantly told the president that Republicans are going to lose the House, you're going to lose the Senate, and you're going to spend the next 2 years being impeached every single week. The response here, F you, Ted, directly from Donald Trump. Now, Ted Cruz has said for a while that, he has been seemingly concerned. These are things that have been reported by Axios here that, Donald Trump has warned Republicans in the donor class that Trump's tariffs would decimate the economy. These are things that members of the left, even those who are independent economists across this country, have acknowledged that Donald Trump's economic policy is not leading the country in a direction that is positive for American constituents, for American citizens, for that matter. They're not going to be in a position where the economy or prices are going to get any better, and thus Ted Cruz is trying to get to the president and tell him something needs to change. But obviously the president doesn't want to hear it. Donald Trump has had this scorched earth policy around how he has approached American politics since he came into office for a second time. Unlike the first time, Donald Trump actually then had a re-election bid to worry about. He had voters he needed to please, and he did not take on this sense and policy that feels as, again, scorched earth is the best way to describe it, as he does this time, because this time around, there's no elections left to win. I don't believe Donald Trump is going to try to go for a third term. It's very possible that he might, but I don't think that even the Republican base is at a point where they are all right and okay with that entirely. Now, that's a separate conversation. That road will be crossed if it needs to be crossed. But I do think that Donald Trump's approach to just American policy, domestic and international, is that he is really able to do whatever he wants within the boundaries of what his administration allows him to do and will help him do. And Ted Cruz is one of those Republican senators who might be a lapdog in public, but behind the scenes is barking at the presidents in the U.S. Senate. Inflation, he's not of each other.
Oh my god, that was boring.
And so if you find yourself in a situation where you think that that's happened, please reach out. You can go on ij.org and you can contact us by submitting a statement through the website. You can find me on social media. You can find my email if you Google me. We're a relatively small organization. We have a little over 100 active cases right now across the United States. That there is some fairness in the system sufficient to stop them from taking justice into their own stock or a high capacity magazine or whatever it may be. And you can find other examples that aren't just guns versus immigrants. You can pick the sort of the game of Clue here of like Mr. Mustard with Colonel Mustard with the candlestick, but the principles are the same. And it is absolutely shocking to see the Department of Justice come out with this secret memo being leaked saying, actually, no, ICE agents can search houses without warrants. And to back this up a little bit, this is not anything that's actually new, and it shows how pretextual the legal arguments are, and we can get into those in just a second. But when the president was trying to invoke the Alien Enemies Act earlier this year, there was another memo that leaked from Pam Bondi herself that effectively said the same thing. It's just that instead of talking about capturing illegal immigrants, it was capturing people who were subject to the Alien Enemies Act order. And it was the same scenario where they said, okay, well, you can have these administrative warrants. Here's an example of the warrant. And for those who aren't familiar, we're going to call these things administrative warrants. These are not warrants. I refuse to call them warrants. They're not the warrants that are considered in the Fourth Amendment. These are pieces of paper that are signed by one ICE agent to give another ICE agent approval to go into someone's house. And so in the same way that I could write on a piece of paper, John's allowed to go into a third party's house, these warrants have no actual merit to them. And they are called warrants because the government is trying to make us believe that they're doing something they're not, which is following the Constitution. These are warrant-shaped objects. And the importance of warrants, as the Supreme Court has repeatedly said, and is just simply common sense for anyone, is that you need a neutral person, a neutral judge, to weigh the evidence and decide whether it's appropriate for you, an executive branch officer, to do the thing. That's why warrants are required in the first place. Historically, we have a Fourth Amendment because in a case called Entick versus Carrington, that it was decided by the King's Bench before the founding, the King's men were just going under general warrants into people's houses and searching their papers and houses and effects and all the things that are listed in our Fourth Amendment. And we didn't like that. Even by the time of the founding, the British courts didn't like that. And so now for us to be devolving to that essentially where they can just say, well, I think there might be an illegal alien in there, so I'm just going to come in and toss the place. That should be horrifying to all of us. Even if we think every single illegal alien or every single immigrant should be excluded from the United States, and I certainly don't think the second one, it's crazy because the mistake level, given the volume of what's going on here, is going to be high. And there's very little to protect you as you're sitting in your house from someone outside just deciding by accident or malice that there might be an illegal alien in your house. And so they get to come in and smash the place and take you out in your underwear, like the American citizen in Minneapolis who ICE or CBP, I can't remember which it was, mistakenly searched. And then after the fact, just the same scenario, had these high-level officials come out and make up a bunch of lies about how he was living with child molesters, and it just wasn't true. There's no evidence that any of the people they were looking for had ever been there. The people were decades younger than him, didn't look anything like him. And nevertheless, it happened to him. And now the question will be, what can he do about it? And this takes us right back to that same point, which is we should be very scared because we deserve to be secure in our houses. That's a right that we all have naturally, that the government is not allowed to violate because the Fourth Amendment says to the government it cannot do that. So we should be afraid of the idea that ICE officers can write themselves warrants to come into our houses. And we should also be afraid that they might do that because they know that if they do, there's nothing we can do to hold them accountable, or at least the road to accountability is extremely narrow and extremely winding. And there are very few lawyers who are going to be able to navigate it. And so, if you are the victim of one of these wrong house raids based on an administrative quote unquote warrant, again, similarly to what we said earlier, please reach out to the Institute for Justice. Please reach out to me because I want to talk about this. We have been working on administrative warrant issues in the context of rental inspections for years and years and years. And those things are bad too. But this seems like a whole different level where you have the federal agents coming in and dragging people actually out of their houses.
No, I'm not going to play Ninja Gaiden 4. Looks like shit.
What about all these former federal prosecutors you see online who are lecturing people on administrative warrants and that's sufficient to come in? Particularly in the Eighth Circuit, I think they're citing this Abel case.
Yeah, so Abel's a Supreme Court case. They're citing a case called Lucas. And the confusion is because the government has tried to shroud this all in secrecy. This was a secret memo that itself provided no legal authority. And so once it came to light, everyone was left to sort of guess what the government thought it was going to hinge its arguments on. And I think to begin with, that shows the government knows it's doing something bad. I don't have any secret legal memos. When I file my legal briefs, they are pretty straightforward and they're meant to explain to someone why I should win my case or why I'm right about the law. And so the fact that the government has been hiding this and is now still not really explained it much. You had people like Oren Kerr, a professor at Stanford Law, who's a Fourth Amendment expert. He was sort of guessing at what he thought the government was getting at. And Abel was one of the things because Abel's a case. The other basis the government cites for them is that they're based on an immigration judge's deportation order, at least to some attenuated basis. Well, a deportation judge, as they call it now, is not even a judge. In the same way that an administrative warrant is not a warrant, these deportation immigration judges are actually executive branch officials. And so again, it's me and my partner in the squad car handing each other a piece of paper saying, well, I'm going to decide there's an order here. And I give it to you. And you say, okay, based on this order, I will issue a warrant back to you. And now you can kick in the door of this house. just because you think that there might be someone inside it. This is not any sort of protection. Getting a warrant is not difficult. That's the other piece of this. The warrants now, there's research on this showing Utah has a bunch of digital warrants. There's a bunch of scholarship that has analyzed this. The average warrant today is being approved in a matter of minutes. So in most cases, the need to get a warrant is not like it's not some difficult task. It can be done electronically. It can be done over the phone even before we had smartphones. And so the fact that the government is not even bothering to do that is another indication of how flimsy its behavior is. If you can't take a few minutes to make a phone call to a magistrate judge and explain why you need to go into a house, then you probably shouldn't be going to that house outside of genuinely emergency circumstances that already fall within other warrant exceptions.
Been tracking the story over the weekend. Also with us, national security correspondent at the Washington Times, Bill Gertz. Gentlemen, welcome. Ryan, I'm going to start with you here. What does it all mean?
Well, this is actually very common for China. They tend to purge their leaders and then bring them back later after they've been reformed. Xi Jinping, who was President Xi Jinping's father, he was purged and enjoyed political wilderness for about 16 years before he was rehabilitated in 1970. So I believe what this means is that President Xi Jinping is trying to consolidate power, and they normally use charges of corruption in order to do that.
Bill, is this about Xi Jinping getting more power, to Ryan's point here, drifting closer and closer maybe towards, you know, a kind of a dictatorship?
Yeah, I think what's behind the purge of Zhang Youxia is that there's two things. One, it could be legitimate corruption. He's been linked to the leak of nuclear secrets, which is a lot of analysts are skeptical of that, saying the Chinese would never put that out. But it was probably part of the narrative to discredit General Zhang. The other reason is all of these purges could be to build a more competent military leadership. For example, Xi Jinping may have thought that General Zhang was not confident enough to do the action that he wants. And that action, of course, is the most immediate threat is going after Taiwan. They've said that they're going to either take action against Taiwan by 2027, which is a year from now.
What should the United States take away from this? Either the Department of War, our national security, even thinking of tariffs. How does all of this work and hang together, Ryan?
Well, I would say that kind of the first thing that we need to think about is that corrupt doesn't necessarily mean incompetent. There are certainly generals who might be incompetent that they want to get rid of, genuinely incompetent. But in China, it is somewhat, I want to say expected, but it is not abnormal to take a little bit of money when you choose a certain vendor for a weapon system that you are going to choose anyway. That is expected. The kind of incompetence they hate is promoting people for money. That's something they go after like bulldogs. So I think that the thing the United States needs to take away here is that China is getting more and more serious about professionalizing its military, and with 2027 on the horizon, that's something we really need to think about.
Bill, same question to you. How should we be viewing this?
Really based on Soviet Union.
It is really a zero-sum game, because if China takes Taiwan, the device I'm using right now to talk to you guys, that goes away.
Yeah, so much of that.
90% of our chips are made in Taiwan, and if it's not something we can.
China.
Ну, веди, где твое кафе? Ого! Это вот там кафе?
Holy shit. Oh.
Я хочу, чтобы вы посмотрели.
Dude. You're never getting your car out.
Да. Вот там, вот. Вы же там во дворе.
Holy fuck.
Вот этот момент мой самый любимый. У нас здесь не говорит. Доброе утро.
Это доброе.
Ну вы молодец, смотрите какой.
Я обозначу.
Она есть. Красавчики.
Jesus.
Молодцы.
Dude, that is a lot of fucking snow. Holy fuck. I don't know how they live there. Okay, I'm gonna take a piss, let the cat downstairs. I'll be right back. You scoot. Get out. $2 Let me see.
I feel your pain, bro. Trying to get shredded as a teenager is so hard. You see all of this information online saying the best way to get shredded is no, the best everything for you, so you don't have to think or food, so you're how much weight you. So
This dude is a pencil neck with 182 subs. Whatever. Thanks for the donation, dude. 4 years, 3 months, add new emojis specifically of Gum Gum, and new profile picture. Alright, I'll be sure to do that. JP, don't you tell us this is the most retarded video I've seen all year.
Jewish ritual to their god Saturn, the black cube of Saturn. 9/11 in Roman numerals is IXXI. You could see IXXI is embedded on the Star of David. IXXI also goes back to Freemasonic symbolism, pillars on the left and the right. If you look at a cube in a three-dimensional form from a isosceles or whatever angle, it is IXXI.
Okay, thanks for the donation, JP. That is nice and retarded. JP, don't you tell her is the space taker retarded?
Is just eating meat.
Yeah. It's often more effective. Yeah.
Yeah, so let's listen to Ronald McDonald, who has acne all over his face. So let's listen to this creature who's on tons of roids who looks like fucking shit. I mean, if you actually think that synthetic powder with preservatives, artificial food dyes, artificial sweeteners, and pasteurized dairy is better than whole meat or whole eggs, you might be dumb as rocks.
Yeah, it is. This guy's a fucking pencil neck faggot.
And I would bet money that both of these guys have below 700 testosterone naturally because they drink protein shakes. And if you drink protein shakes and you have a shitty physique and you have below 700 testosterone, follow my page, you can actually get high testosterone.
My testosterone's like around 3,000 right now. And it's because I'm not a fucking beta male who's afraid of needles. This guy is a twink fucking faggot. How much does this bitch bench? Like, there's a reason why you don't see any footage of this guy fucking lifting, right? No lifting footage at all. Nowhere. It's just him blabbing about how raw meat is so great. It's because he's weak as shit. He can't fucking lift anything. This guy's a skinny fucking little bitch.
You know, VG videos like that honestly make me worry for our species' future. When is this rapid anti-Semitism going to end?
I have no idea. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
That sign there and try to think warm thoughts, think of better days ahead. How's it out?
I've had my scraper all morning. Steve earlier in the show was talking about trying to make some money. It's difficult because some people have
work hard and get it done right.
John here.
Bob,
you
got
to be Bob's ISIS now, but you got to be.
If anybody knows that dog, it's
Uh-oh, this dog. I hope gate. And it's not as icy as it is slippery right now, but you got to be careful. We have, besides talking to John, who's been out walking his dogs, talking to other folks who have ventured out because they have to. Uh-oh, this dog. I hope they don't realize this dog just ran out here.
Look at the puppy.
Hey, come here, come here. Come here. I don't see an owner. Okay.
Oh my god, that's a good puppy.
Hi there. I'll keep an eye on her. Anyway, hello. What do you know? We don't want to start. Forget the people we talked to earlier.
It's a nice puppy. I like puppies.
Paul High is working the graveyard shift when he comes face to face with a 500-pound black bear.
I was on my way to go change the outside trash, and I was walking towards our automatic door, and it opened. And then I seen him try to come in, so I stepped towards him, and then he comes into the store, kind of lunges at me.
And though working in this area has given Paul...
No, I haven't seen Silent Weapons for Quiet Wars.
...plenty of bear handling experience, this time is different.
I usually have to run him off at least once or twice a night out of the parking lot. Never out of the store, though. I was just trying to get him out. That way he didn't, trash the whole place.
And this bear's behavior is making that much easier said than done.
As soon as the bear lunged at me, my whole train of thought changed, and I was just like, yeah, you can have whatever you want, man. Just take it and go.
Fortunately, there's one item in particular that looks a little tastier than Paul.
He actually grabs a bag of Snickers and leaves.
But a bag of candy bars isn't the bear's only score. On another night...
Dummy, can you stop, for fuck's sakes? Oh my god.
That was the other graveyard guy. His name is Dave. Apparently that night, the bear laid down on the floor and ate a whole box of Three Musketeers.
Dude, must be pretty awesome being a bear sometimes. Stop fucking eating my blanket.
But even after the sweet feast, Paul's co-worker has a much more difficult time getting the bear out of the store and calls for help. When authorities arrive, the bear finally acquiesces. But not before grabbing one more snack for the road.
Oh, that bear is hilarious. Gee, don't $2 does this interest you, VG?
Since 1947, India and Pakistan...
No. I would not listen to anything this guy says if it's something that's important, because he gets so many details wrong about so many things. Like, if you're watching a video on who invented peanut butter, like, who the fuck cares? But I wouldn't listen to this guy's, like, videos on, like, historical events or, what the next war is going to be, because he's just... I don't know who's doing that horse shit for him, but it seems like there's, like, some writing team who's relying on, like, AI for research. Thanks for the donation, though, G.
The spontaneous visit stopped after the California Department of Fish and Wildlife capture the bear and release him somewhere far away, making it one less troublesome, cranky customer for Paul.
Oh no, he's not gonna have Three Musketeers bars anymore.
And his co-workers to bear with.
It was not in the job description to get bears out of the store when I was hired. That was not part of the deal.
That's pretty cool.
Did you know that
Imagine being a little bitch who's afraid of a fucking bear.
a single bear can unleash over 1,200 pounds of force with one swipe? In the wild, descending Mount Futago in Japan when a bear suddenly appeared behind him.
What a fucking pussy.
The man kept... This man was fishing and the Kanagawa the bear behind
him. Terrible.
my God.
That's not good.
Take off, bud. Go on.
Hey, girl.
That's what I have to do now. I can't scratch my back, so I have to rub my back against the wall and shit. Oh, if not friend, then why friend-shaped? Oh, bubbles. Oh my goodness. Those are bears. Wow. She bears your French. Bears are French. They're nice. They're not friend, and why are they friend-shaped?
And yet women say they would rather choose these dangerous man-eating beasts over a man.
Yeah, they're just retarded. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Wow. There's no way. Does he actually hide this?
곰실곰실 버젓이 횡단보도를 건너고 있는 저 괴상한 놈의 지나가던 사람들 이니야 이니야.
He actually rides it?
멧돼지를 끌고 다니던 할아버지.
This isn't fucking AI?
달려들어도 사람 공격 않고.
How in the hell does he ride the
이리저리
thing?
멧돼지를 끌고 다니던 할아버지 아예 올라타고 이니야 이니야.
Fucking bizarre. That's a big boar.
Do an impression of a woman being brutally mauled by a bear after choosing it over a man.
A man must have raised this bear because there's no way a bear would naturally want to attack me. It's getting influenced by toxic masculinity. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
An elderly man is helped out of his frigid home by neighbors just hours after getting the news that his wife has died.
I got the call this morning that she passed away in the night. So, yeah, so I took him up some coffee and I had to tell him that,
Yeah, binturongs are awesome.
his wife was dead.
91-year-old.
This cat's a lot like a binturong. He doesn't quite smell like popcorn, but pretty close. And he's also good at climbing stuff. He's big like a binturong. He's fuzzy like a binturong. He almost has a popcorn smell. Yeah, no biting me. Son of a bitch. You're so pretty. Such a pretty gum-gum.
Old Calvin Backett.
Oh, let's watch binturong videos.
There's Popcorn having fun running around a gym. He's coming to me now.
They run really funny.
Hey, crazy.
Hit him. My
Hi.
goodness.
You are so happy today. Yes, you are. Oh, you're a good girl. Popcorn's been having fun. We are in between shows at a school. We did a few already, and now we're waiting for the public to come in tonight. So I have a couple hours where she should come out the other side in a second. Doesn't want to play today.
Oh.
Okay.
How the hell do you get a
Popcorn's having fun.
binturong?
Hey, get out of here. Leave my stuff alone, please. Go. Okay, that's enough footage of Popcorn.
5 surprising facts about binturongs. Also known as bear cats, binturongs are neither bears nor cats. These fascinating creatures are distant relatives of civets and genets. They boast a unique prehensile tail and shaggy fur, making them easy to recognize. Binturongs are tree-dwelling experts.
Fucking AI horseshit. Suck my dick. Like I'm gonna finish that video, you fucking Indian piece of shit who made that fuck.
Not things that interest me. And you know a strange creature to wrap your head around. Prehensile. The Cincinnati Zoo.
Wow. How do you fuck up making videos about binturongs? Fucking annoying assholes.
This episode was brought to you by Skillshare. The binturong looks like a mix between a bear, a cat, and a monkey, but they're more than the
Bear, cat, monkey. I want one.
sum of their weird-looking parts.
Oh my god.
Hi, I'm Danielle, and you're watching Animal Logic. The binturong, or bear cat, is found in Southeast Asia. They are members of the vivarid family, which makes them the close relatives of civets and genets. Though, based on their appearance, they look to be
I want him. That's a good binturong.
more the drunk uncles of civets than anything else. Civets and genets look like a hybrid between a cat and a ferret. They're quite adorable, graceful, and elegant. On the other hand, the binturong stumbles around like it's doing a perpetual walk of shame. And when you hear what it gets up to, you might think that it is. A big contributor to their disheveled old man look is their coloring. Their fur is black and peppered, or salted, I guess, with white, giving them an aged look, while their whiskers are white and very wiry, not helping their cause.
Wow.
Binturongs live in the lowland jungles of Southeast Asia. They are arboreal, yet unlike their agile cousins, they don't jump from branch to branch, and instead will climb all the way down to the jungle floor when they need to switch trees. This is interesting because they do have a large prehensile tail. It's about as long as their bodies, and it's oddly reminiscent of a giant anteater's tail. Their hind feet have an interesting adaptation for climbing. Their third and fourth toes are joined. This gives them better leverage when grabbing branches.
Weird.
One possible reason for their lack of jumping is the fact that they're quite large, weighing up to 20 kilos,
Holy
making
shit.
leaping from branch to branch more challenging. While they are in the carnivora order, they are omnivorous and will eat a wide variety of meals. Basically, anything that they can catch. They'll eat birds, lizards, rodents, eggs, but the majority of their diet is made up of fruit.
Yes. I want to feed them fruit. That'd be nice having a binturong. I don't know where people got the idea that cats are carnivorous. This cat just wants to eat, like, beans and popcorn and potato chips and shit. If I open up a can of beans, this cat just, fucking goes nuts. Tries to eat my black beans and chickpeas. It's not right. Cats are herbivores. They just like beans and rice cakes.
In fact, they eat so much strangler figs that it's through binturong feces that strangler figs primarily spread their seeds. Binturongs also have crushing cheek teeth, which is an indication of a frugivorous or fruit-reliant lifestyle that is quite rare amongst civets. They have large, sharp claws used for climbing and for defense. When threatened, they can become very aggressive and will defecate, urinate, growl, bite, and maul as necessary. All elements in a good fight. To communicate with other binturongs, they'll use a series of screeches and growls. They also use
like
their
people.
large, wiry tail to communicate by shaking it or making it stand up to communicate aggression. Binturongs are primarily active at night and in the early morning, with full moon nights seeing the most activity. They are highly solitary animals and don't often meet outside of mating. Females have the ability to delay embryo implantation, meaning that they can mate year-round, but she'll time the embryo implantation.
Dodo, donators, they let anyone speak at the Zoom meetings. It would be funny if you crashed their next one. Ask them why they aren't speaking up against the genocide in Iran.
If there's not any more hands raised or things people want to share before we start, because I'm excited to hear from our guests.
Worked through.
They're all dumb bitch old ladies. They're all dumb
Everybody
bitch
here can
old ladies.
can do some. I really like the work.
Like, maybe some of them aren't old ladies, but, like, still. Just dumb bitch cunt fucking women just watching TikTok. It's fucking retarded. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. JP $2 low.
Will you wake the girl up?
Yeah, no. We're not watching that.
So that the babies are born between January and March. Possibly the weirdest thing about binturongs are their scent glands. These exposed glands are located next to their genitals, and they'll use them to leave scent marks on everything that they sit on or rub up against. Sometimes they will even pee on their large bushy tail and use it as a brush to mark trees in their territory.
Well, that's nice. They'll piss on themselves and then rub their piss on things.
But the weird thing is that it smells like popcorn. The reason their scent glands...
Well, that's nice. At least if they piss on you, you won't smell like piss. You'll just smell like popcorn. And then people will be like, were you just eating popcorn? And then you have to explain to them that you got pissed on by a binturong. And then they'll ask you, what the hell is a binturong?
Glands smell like popcorn is because of a chemical reaction present in their glands that is also present in the making of popcorn. It's called the Maillard reaction. This chemical reaction, sometimes called the Browning reaction, is the same one that occurs when cooking meat, making bread, or in a lot of other cooked foods. Binturongs, however, have a bacteria in their intestinal tract that is responsible for
Hey, I haven't heard that woman's voice in a long time. Who was that? Did you miss hearing her?
No, did not.
producing this delicious smelling compound, which they use to communicate. So if you're ever around a binturong and you smell popcorn, just remember, you smell their genitals. Binturongs are a vulnerable species, and their numbers have declined by 30% over the last 18 years. One of the main culprits is poaching. They are killed for their meat and skin, as well as captured to be sold in the exotic pet trade. But the major reason for their population loss is habitat degradation due to deforestation. The forests that they live in are being knocked down at increasing rates to make room for the palm oil industry.
Congratulations, you're banned.
Not only do they eliminate critical binturong habitats by cutting down vast stretches of forest to make room for palm oil plantations, but during the logging process, they build roads into otherwise inaccessible rainforests, making it easier for poachers to drive in and pick off any binturongs looking for a new tree to climb.
Oh no. Donald Trump has to invade South America more and kill poachers and anybody who harms binturongs.
But the good news is that you can help. Many of the problems facing different animals seem impossible for a single person to help make a difference. But with binturongs and the many other species in Southeast Asia whose numbers are drastically declining due to increased demand for palm oil, you can make a difference with your purchasing decisions. Palm oil is found in a lot of everyday products, and some of the biggest contributors are soap and shampoo. So next time you're shopping, look for products that are certified palm oil free.
Oh look, a new generation of old hags to run code pink and ruin our country.
Yeah. Fucking boomers seem to be responsible for ruining everything. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Monkey. Frog. Dinosaurs. A Dean cat? The hell is that? Oh, Komodo dragons. Cats. Tardigrades are cool. I still gotta put that tardigrade design on a t-shirt.
The Nile is...
Dodo, donate $2. Let me see.
The rapper formerly known as Kanye is apologizing today for, in his words, reckless behavior. He took out this full-page ad in the Wall Street Journal. Ye did, titled, "To Those I've Hurt," going on to say...
Yeah, it's just bullshit. It's just total bullshit. You'll notice this came right after the backlash with, like, Andrew Tate and everything playing his song at a club. So this has something to do with him losing money and stuff like that. So it's just bullshit.
How did these...
This guy,
Hi,
like, he may in fact be, like, an actual psychopath. But at the very least, he's a narcissist. He doesn't give two fucking shits. And he's remarkably fucking racist. Not just to Jews, but to other black people. So... Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
The Nile is the fountain of life and the river of death. It's a fertile green ribbon in one of the driest. Machine doesn't need venom at all. It hunts using nothing but muscle and timing. This is the African rock python, Africa's largest snake. It's an ambush.
You know, I went to the bathroom recently, and something similar to this came out of my ass. Dodo, don't need $2. Well, VG, what I'm saying, you can join one of their Zoom meeting and ask them why they don't give level 4 travel advisory against Iran and speak up for the Iranians dying at the hands of their regime. I think I'd rather not interact with them at all because they're just dumb fucking cunts anyway. Stupid bitch. Fucking idiot. She's so fucking stupid. Yeah, I don't really want to go to China and eat gutter oil and then fucking die some weird mysterious disease that hasn't been discovered yet. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Bush predator.
Dodo $20. Hopefully one of these days Kanye chokes on his next meal. Seriously, what is with all these racist people of color? Yeah. Hopefully he snorts a little bit too much nitrous and takes a permanent nap. I have a really good cat, though.
AVG, maybe you right. I literally just opened another YouTube video from a completely different channel and it was the same guy I sent you. I think he gas me a pull. With the different channels being about different topics. He must just be a narrator.
There's at least 6 different YouTube channels that he does videos for, and they upload like every day or every other day. It's insane. So yeah, he's not developing the scripts or content for any of those videos, and for them to put out so many videos on so many different topics, they're relying on AI for research, and they get a fuckload of shit wrong all the time. So, like, if you're just watching some silly nonsense about how, like, a candy was invented or something, whatever, you know, but I would not rely on that guy as a source of information for any kind of important topic. So, like, geopolitics. Thanks for the donation, though, G.
From the African swamps that can grow over 6 meters long. The Nile River sprouts in the jungle around Lake Victoria, the largest tropical lake in the world, and home to both of these terrible reptiles. The African rock...
You know, I wonder if anybody's done Zootopia cosplay. Jesus. That's just fucking disgusting. Yeah, these people are fucking weird. Jesus Christ, they're fucking freaks. This makes me feel uncomfortable. Yeah, these people are fucking weirdos. Like, they're actually weirdo freaks. We literally just watched this video. So I don't know why you linked me that. Let's promote this person because you like promoting bad people on your channel. We already watched this video. Thanks for the donation, 21st.
Python ranges across much of sub-Saharan Africa. But here, the Nile gives it exactly what it needs. A natural wildlife gathering point of shallow, swampy water through an otherwise dry landscape. A perfect spot to lie motionless, waiting, sometimes for days. When something wanders close enough, the strike is explosive. The python coils its muscular body around its prey and tightens its grip with every exhale, cutting off blood flow to the brain. Death usually comes from cardiac arrest, not from suffocation or crushing. Victims often lose consciousness within seconds. Mercifully. Okay, merciful might be a strong word for being wrung like a dishcloth. Antelope, goats, warthogs, hyenas, and of course the occasional Nile crocodile are all on the menu. There are confirmed cases of African rock pythons swallowing crocodiles.
Google bad Mortal Kombat cosplays. Sure, there's a lot of fat dudes who like dress up as Scorpion. Oh yeah, these are just... Is that a dude? Yeah, is that literally a dude? Those look like dude feet and dude hands and like a dude body and shoulders. I think that's a dude. Yeah, those are gay dudes. Yeah, those are gay dudes. That's an anorexic person. Well, good for her for gaining weight. That one's funny. You know, it's funny, there would be a lot of black chicks that could cosplay as Chun-Li well. The only problem is they're black, but there's a lot of black girls with like big thick thighs and ass like Chun-Li. It's too bad Lean Beef Patty's such a fucking dumb, unlikable bitch. Because she's pretty hot, but yeah, she's just got a terrible fucking personality. I don't know what this is, but I kind of like this. That's pretty nice. I like, big, thick butts. Yeah, that's good. I like just looking around on Pinterest, seeing weird, silly shit. Let's see, that's a good butt. That is also a good butt. Where's some of the Rhea Ripley shit? Rhea Ripley is fucking sexy as hell. I want to see more Rhea Ripley. Who'd be your favorite cat besides Gum Gum? Well, Prismo. He's dead, though, unfortunately. But he'll always be in my heart. Prismo was also a very big fan of popcorn. Yeah, Rhea Ripley is sexy as hell. I wish there were more, like, vegan girls who would, like, lift weights and take steroids. That'd be pretty great. But I like her thick, juicy rear end. It's quite good. Quite good indeed. I'm just a fan of thick cheeks, you know? What in the fuck is this? That doesn't even look like it's big enough to be one of those dust masks. Like if you're doing carpentry. Some of these are baffling. Oh, is that Noob Cybot or something? What? That just looks like a trash bag. That one's pretty good. Mm. Mm. I think the best ones are when fat people dress up as a Mortal Kombat character and the costume isn't even any good.
Whole. Yes, mostly juveniles, but still impressive. So why the death hug instead of venom? The rock python's prey is large and fast. After being bitten, they'll run away.
Yeah, I've seen the Resident Evil movies. They're fun. You know. Like, you're not supposed to take them seriously like real movies. They're stupid, but, you know, they're just fun.
Often beyond the snake's range. But being able to wring their prey to submission ensures not only that the prey is killed quickly, but also that it doesn't escape. And after its massive meal, a rock python might not need to eat again for months. For the prey, it's a quick ending, and though it's brutal, it gets to live a nicer life than many of the animals around us. Did you know that over 99% of farmed animals in the US are raised on factory farms? This means poor conditions for these animals and practices that harm our environment as well. Even if you're an occasional meat eater like I am, I'm sure you can agree.
Fucking pathetic. Why is everyone such a pathetic fucking loser? Just go fucking vegan, Jesus Christ.
With the work they do. Despite their reputation, people have kept them as pets.
It's really not that
African
hard.
rock pythons become too big to handle, some owners release them into the wild.
Also, steroids are great. Don't let anybody, like, fucking tell you otherwise. Just do steroids. They're great, you know? Tofu and steroids are a winning combination.
Parts of Florida, that's turned them into an established invasive species. But there is a mushy side to the rock python. They're usually great moms. After laying up to 100 eggs, females stay with their clutch, coiling around it to guard against predators. They'll even shiver the same muscles they use to kill to keep their eggs warm.
I wonder if pythons are cuddly. Can you cuddle with a python? Cows. Oh yeah, the geese come to help. Yeah, it's really funny. Geese actually come to help. Yeah, they all run to help. See him? Geese are cool.
Joey is cuddly and warm and cute and thick and 777 duovigintillion 777 unvigintillion 777 vigintillion 777 novemdecillion 777 octodecillion 777 septendecillion 777 sexdecillion 777 quindecillion 777 quartuordecillion 778 tridecillion 888 duodecillion 888 undecillion 889 decillion 999 nonillion 988 octillion 999 septillion 999 sextillion 999 quintillion 998 quadrillion 888 trillion 988 billion 888 million 889,888.
Yeah, Joey is cuddly and thick and also very sentient. Thanks for the donation, Ethan, though. I want to see a snake eating a human being. How come there's no footage of a snake killing and eating a person? I can find crocodiles killing and eating people. Wish I could find snakes just swallowing a human being whole. That'd be cool.
That maternal care pays off, but the Nile has a way of balancing the books. Sometimes, the python's prey grows up, and
that's a
when
nice
it
big
does,
snake.
it becomes the Nile's most famous executioner. The Nile crocodile is the animal most iconic of this deadly river. You probably already have a mental image. Cold eyes, armored skin, a bite force strong enough to crush bone.
Wow. They're like big river potatoes.
And just a whole lot of sheer mass. The largest ever Nile croc recorded reached over 6 meters and weighed over 1,000 kilograms. That's more than a lot
Wow.
of cars. So on the bright side, I imagine being swallowed whole might actually feel surprisingly spacious, all things considered. Around 200 people die in the jaws of a Nile croc each year. They're one of the few animals known to actively hunt humans. They see a person washing their clothes by the river the same way they do a buffalo grazing near a bank. Nile crocodiles float at the surface with only their eyes and nostrils exposed. Transparent third eyelids, called nictitating membranes, let them see clearly under murky waters while staying hidden. Like the rock python, they can wait for hours concealed, all for one mistake at the water's edge. When they strike, it's over fast. Think of it as the Nile's version of a jump scare. Their bite force is powerful enough to crush bone. It's about 30 times stronger than ours, and roughly 8 times more than a lion's. Once in their fangs, they often drag their prey underwater to drown them. What they can't do, though, is chew. Once they grab something, they either swallow it whole or tear it to shreds using gravity, leverage, and the infamous death roll. It makes sense that they wouldn't evolve to waste time chewing, because these crocs are all about convenience. They are classic opportunistic hunters. They'll eat almost anything. Insects, fish, zebras, giraffes, and carrion, aka dead animals. Hey, a free meal is a free meal. They're so savage, they're even well known for cannibalizing smaller crocs, even their blood relatives. They do this during territorial disputes, food scarcity, or, just because they can. Surprisingly, the muscles that open their jaws are pretty weak. So yes, a crocodile's mouth can technically be held shut with tape or a rope. That said, please don't try this at home if you live in the middle of the Nile. Despite them being apex predators, they were...
I don't think crocodiles are that dangerous. It's just most people are fucking pussies. Crocodile tried to eat me, I just shoo it away.
Were almost hunted to extinction. By the 1950s, intense hunting for their skins pushed Nile crocodiles to the brink of extinction across much of their range. Entire generations grew up in some parts without ever seeing one. Only after protections were put in place did their populations begin to recover, although they still remain extinct from the Mediterranean coast and much of the Nile Delta.
I don't know if that's a great idea. I know some predators, especially scavengers, they do help to clean up dead carcasses and prevent the spread of disease and shit, but do we want more crocodiles killing and eating people and other animals?
In ancient Egyptian mythology, the crocodile god Sobek represented both protection and destruction. A reminder that the Nile...
Are you finally destiny built? That is to say, do you realize he is a fucking retard and no one should take him seriously? He is an ugly manlet contrarian jester.
Well... he's, I've known for a while, he's not as smart as, people hype him up to be. He's good at debating, descriptive stuff with complete fucking retards, but that's not saying much. So, thanks for the donation though, Body IQ.
Nile's most feared animals were also seen as guardians of the river itself. Today, Nile crocodiles are once again among the most dominant predators in the Nile. That's not to say there aren't other terrifying crocs. You could come across the African dwarf crocodile, the Central African slender-snouted crocodile, or the West African crocodile. But none of these crocs compare to the size and power of the Nile crocodile. They're easy prey for a hungry croc. But there's always a bigger animal, and in the case of the Nile crocodile, the giant they hide from is one we often see as a gentle soul. These are African elephants, the largest land mammals on Earth. Don't get me wrong, they're absolutely amazing and I love them. They're intelligent, social, emotional, and are responsible for killing around 500 people a year. But let's talk about their awkward croc-relationship first. When do they meet Nile crocs? Sailing down the White Nile, the river spills out into floodplains and savanna ecosystems. This is where elephants and crocodiles are often forced into close quarters. Both rely on the river's lush vegetation and water sources.
Kid Beer donates $2.
Eating.
Ass is on the rise. Men on women, women on men, you get the point. People like analingus, okay? And I know some of you might be thinking that it's only for queer or gay people, but surveys show that 30% of heterosexual couples are also having analingus.
But new studies have found that it could be more dangerous than you think, and even causing diseases that people are getting without even realizing they're getting it from tossing the salad. So, what is going on with rimming science? To understand the risks of eating the booty like groceries, you must...
I have eaten so much ass, and I have never had a problem.
first understand the
I think I just have a good, robust immune system.
bacteria Shigella. Shigella causes the disease shigellosis, which affects 188 million people per year with symptoms including diarrhea, headache, upset stomach, bloating, and tenesmus, which is a fancy term for needing to go to the bathroom, but when you get there, nothing happens. You get shigellosis when you consume the bacteria Shigella through your mouth. Commonly, you get this when someone's preparing food for you and they have Shigella on their hands. Maybe they aren't. On other outbreaks of shigellosis that were in the global south, most Shigella spread is from poor sanitation infrastructure.
In the year 2000, from the time frame of June to December,
Is this all just about the one
spreads
bacteria?
from undercooked meat
Yeah,
and poultry,
Campylobacteria.
but also can spread from eating the ass of someone who...
Campylobacter bacteria can stay in your...
So just eat vegan ass. I think as long as you're eating a vegan's ass, you're fine. Thanks for the donation, Kid Boo.
Especially during the dry season at crowded watering points. When something attempts to disturb elephant calves at the water's edge, the response is immediate. There are even documented cases of adult elephants trampling crocodiles flat, flipping them with their tusks or smashing them against riverbeds. So even though my toxic trait is believing I could walk into a group of elephants and they would accept me as one of their own, these are deadly animals that we need to respect. And if we're in their turf, we also need to fear them. They even instill fear into the hippopotamus, too, which have an infamous reputation in their own right. Hippos also kill around 500 people a year in Africa and are notorious for their aggressive and unpredictable nature. They'll even take on Nile crocs. In most cases, they're shoot first, ask questions later kind of guys. But hippos are known to actively avoid elephants and will respectfully
Hippos are big.
make room for them at watering holes. Game recognize game, and they know that they can be easily overpowered by the elephant's sheer size and powerful tusks. So they smartly steer clear of fights they cannot win. Elephants don't hunt hippos or crocodiles for fun. They simply refuse to tolerate threats. Talk about setting healthy boundaries. Back to us, with shrinking habitats, aggressive encounters between people and elephants. The electric catfish is, quite literally, a swimming taser. These are fish that can generate shocks of up to 350 volts, which is basically like sticking your hand into a wall socket. It's enough to...
You know, I'm sure eventually we're going to have genetic engineering for humans where we can have electrical powers and, like, throw Hadoukens and crap.
Stun and catch fish, deter predators, and surprise unsuspecting fish for the fact that most of its body. The African tigerfish looks like someone gave a torpedo a mouthful of knives. With piercing eyes and razor-sharp teeth, tigerfish are among the most aggressive freshwater predators on Earth. Their genus
They look really mean.
name, Hydrocinus, translates to water dog in ancient Greek.
Those do not look like nice fish.
Because according to ancient philosophers, they have that dog in them. They replace all their...
I heard a Muslim say that homosexuals will go extinct because the current homosexuals can't have offspring, at least without surrogate. A boastful fucking retard. From your worldview, do you wish you were gay so you would only have to deal with males?
The one downside with being gay is risk of, like, HIV infections. So, like, I don't think I would. Like, women are fucking annoying as shit, but that versus risking HIV, I don't know. I think I'd rather deal with fucking dumb cunt women, you know? Thanks for the donation, though, G.
Their teeth at once to maintain a gap-free, penetrating bite. As their old teeth fall off, a complete set is just beneath it.
If we had a cure for HIV, then maybe my opinion would change. Because then there'd pretty much be no downside.
It's ready to take over. Which is horrifying, but also an incredible party trick. And they don't stop at the water's surface like most fish. And maybe you need that type of grit to cut it in the Nile. Tigerfish aren't just aggressive, they're built for motion. They thrive in fast, well-oxygenated water where prey is constantly moving, using the river's flow instead of fighting it. That makes sense in a river like the Nile, which doesn't move at one speed. The Blue Nile begins in the mountainous Ethiopian highlands, fed by monsoon rains. As it rushes downhill, the river narrows and accelerates through rocky channels and cataracts. Eventually, the torrential Blue Nile merges with the slower White Nile in Sudan and forms the main Nile River. The Nile is a river that is always changing the pace for anything trying to on
Nile
land
monitor.
and in between. Nile monitors are large, muscular lizards built for adaptability. They're jacks of all trades. They can sprint up to 30 kilometers an hour, climb trees, and hold their breath underwater for 15 minutes. Their long, rudder-shaped tails help them swim and double as weapons. And we're not talking a tiny, cute gecko running around underfoot. Nile monitors can grow over 1.8 meters long, about as long as a bison. And if you're born under the conditions they are, you probably wouldn't grow up so gentle either. Nile monitor mothers lay their eggs in abandoned termite mounds, then leave. Months later, the hatchlings crawl out vulnerable, but fully independent. They'll eat anything: fish, insects, eggs, carrion, frogs, and small mammals. But their boldest move? Raiding crocodile nests. Sometimes they work in pairs for the ultimate heist. One monitor distracts the mother, the other steals the eggs. That is diabolical teamwork. Their adaptability is
I like monitor lizards.
deadly savanna killers.
Catch.
This lizard rivals a Saint Bernard, not just in size, but also in gross slobber. But whereas a Saint Bernard wants to cover you in kisses, this monitor would be more interested in ripping off your whole face and swallowing it in a single gulp. Let's get into it with the infamous Komodo dragon. At around
Greenland to Veganland. Donate $2. Is this a good idea? No return, non-refundable. You could still go through the menu for warranty, but what do you think? No return, non-refundable, but warranty. I think this is a little overpriced. Especially since it's like a lower end Intel CPU. So yeah, I'd say it's a little overpriced. I'd personally rather get like a 5070 Ti and then get like what is it? The AMD 9800X3D. Why does it say save 900? That like that's already still I don't know. How much are these fucking going for right now? That's Best Buy. Okay, maybe it isn't overpriced. That's fucking horseshit. Yeah, well, you know, I guess it's fine. I just get a better processor. Thanks for the donation, Greenland to Veganland.
To 8 kilos? If we want to understand just how large...
I got a new camera a while ago. Like, it's been like 6 months at least.
A Komodo dragon can get, we need to double the length of a green iguana and add about 160 more kilos. That's right, the lordiest Komodo ever known clocked in at 166 kilos.
Wow.
That is heavier than the largest dog ever recorded, a St. Bernard named Benedictine, who was a whopping 162 kilos. Aside from fighting in the same weight class and having mouths dripping with drool, that's pretty much where this reptilian brethren, like alligators and crocodiles, when it lacks in power, it makes up for in sheer intensity. The bite of a Komodo starts with That's because venom glands in the Komodo's mouth add a powerful anticoagulant to its sticky saliva. The prey will bleed out and be left for Komodo food. This is a new discovery.
Oh my goodness.
For a long time, we all believed that Komodo dragons had boatloads of bacteria in their mouths to give their prey nasty infections. This has been officially debunked. Any dentist would be proud of the oral hygiene of Komodo dragons, who do have cleaner mouths than we do. And in an Animalogic exclusive, we got the responsible researcher for that discovery to tell us all about it.
My name is Professor Brian Fry. I'm a toxicologist at the University of Queensland. The venom is there to act in a supporting role to the teeth, because these teeth are incredible. You know, they're double serrated. They're serrated in the forward and the backward sides. We're talking about the venom, you know, where it's basically like you've got a poison-tipped blade now. You know, the poison helps the effect of the blade. With larger prey, the Komodos will attack and then kind of sit back and just wait for them to bleed out. Now, just from the wounds of the teeth, long before the venom would kick in, about 60 to 70% of the prey bleed out in about 10 to 15 minutes, just from the catastrophic blood loss. But our field of observations and that of other groups have shown that an additional 20 to 25% of the prey bleed out from persistent, prolonged bleeding over the next 3 to 4 hours, often being bit repeatedly by the Komodos. And that's due to the venom, the anticoagulant effects of the venom, where these wounds will not stop bleeding. So, with the addition of the venom, that means that Komodos have, instead of a 60 to 70% predatory success rate, they've got a predatory success rate of around 90 to 95%, which puts them into super predator level. This is a predatory success rate of animals that are in their natural prey range of almost unparalleled success. You know, it's a higher success rate than an African lion. It's a higher success rate than a great white. This makes them one of, if not the most successful predators still around on Earth. You know, so it's extraordinary, you know, that contribution of the venom aids and, you know, brings them up.
But how are we so sure it's actually venom?
If you look at the picture of any Komodo dragon or any monitor lizard, you'll see a bulge running the lower jaw. And that's this hollow venom gland that's the same venom gland as like the iconic Gila monster or the beaded lizard of Mexico, where these are well established as venomous lizards. It's the exact same gland, producing many of the exact same toxins with the exact same pathophysiological actions.
Makes sense. It doesn't even matter if their prey somehow manages to stagger away and drops dead somewhere secluded, and brings those scent molecules into its mouth to make contact with the Jacobson's organ. If there's slightly more... When did we start calling them dragons? In 1910, when Komodo dragons were first encountered by European scientists after they'd heard whispers about a giant lizard in the Lesser Sunda Islands of Indonesia, they called them Varanus komodoensis, meaning simply monitor lizard of Komodo. That is despite describing them as essentially MLOUS, or monitor lizards of unusual size. In 1926, when 2 live Komodos were captured for the first time, it was determined that the scientific name lacked panache. It wasn't the cat's pajamas. It needed some razzle-dazzle. It was then that the plain old monitor lizard of Komodo was first anointed with the title of dragon in the 1927 book, Dragon Lizards of Komodo. And in a way, Komodos are as mythical and elusive as dragons. They only exist on a few islands in Indonesia, with an estimated 2,500 individuals remaining in the wild. So while we may be afraid of Komodo dragons, what we should really be is afraid for these endangered monitors. While those that live outside are especially threatened by human populations, while they can run at up to 20 kilometers an hour, turn into this. In the grasslands of Africa and Asia, the story begins with our main character, the African wildcat, or Felis sylvestra libica, if you want to be formal. That's where Sylvester the cat
That's a cat.
got his name. They're a bit taller, leggier,
That's a cat.
and definitely more athletic looking than
That's a cat too.
most domestic cats, but the resemblance is hard to miss.
That's a cat.
You'll find them roaming savannas and grasslands across Africa, stretching into the Middle East and into parts of Western Asia. This little predator is to house cats what the wolf is to our modern-day dogs. Like most felines, the African wildcat lives a solitary life, roaming and hunting on their own, and tolerating other wildcats just to make more wildcats. They eat mostly rodents and birds, but if the stars align, they can take down antelope fawns. For a long time, the cat domestication story seemed very straightforward. Cats were domesticated by the Egyptians around 3,600 years ago, just a couple centuries before King Tut.
Oh my god.
When she broke her arm, she had 3 babies. She led me to her nest and let me help her take her babies into my outdoor enclosure where I kept the babies so that her arm could heal.
Oh my goodness.
When an animal trusts you with their life that way and with their babies' lives, I don't think there's a greater gift. My name is Erica, and this is Sarah Connor's story for GeoBeats.
Dude, I want to be friends with squirrels. Oh my god.
4 years ago, in front of my house, they had cut down a lot of trees, and one of them had a squirrel's nest in it. There happened to be 3 baby squirrels in the nest. The crew just left them there in the pile of leaves. It happened to be Sarah Connor and her brother and her sister. The mom was not around. I tried for 4 days to reunite the babies with mom. If mom is around, alive, she will come claim the babies. It could be that she's in the area and just afraid or hiding or something.
She's so comfortable.
4 days went by and no mom came for them, so I raised them myself. In 3 days, she gained 14 grams. He's so silly.
Oh my goodness.
After weeks, I opened the door and she and her brother and sister got to explore the big wide world. One of the really special things about Sarah Connor is that she always stayed right by my house. A lot of squirrels, when they grow up and they get released, will go explore and they'll move off the property. But she built her nest in the backyard and has been there ever since.
Oh my goodness.
She would wait for me every day when
Oh my goodness. I love squirrels.
I got home from work. Hi, little bean. She would run down the driveway when she saw me. She's more than a squirrel that lives in my backyard. She's like my little buddy. Hi, my little queen.
Oh,
She's
wow.
now 4 years old.
Oh my goodness. So round.
She's had a total of 5 litters so far, and
Oh my God.
they have all been in the backyard. I can feel a baby. She would just let me feel the babies. I can feel a baby. It's right here. She's so trusting. There's a little baby moving right there. Some of those litters, she has actually moved into the outdoor enclosure that I still have set up. She's moving her babies. There are extra nesting boxes that she likes to use to keep her babies in. You're moving your tiny baby.
Oh, wow.
You're moving over there. Another really rare and special thing about her is she has brought me her babies many times. These guys are just starting to play. It's been clear to me that she has brought them to me because she wants me to babysit while she goes and does whatever squirrels do. I used to call her a teenage mom because she'd just come and drop them off, and I'd be like, okay, cool.
Cats do that too.
Like, I guess they can spend the night. You're so beautiful. She always knew that I would take care of them, and I always have food and water and snacks and blankets and whatever they need. She's on one side tough and like no nonsense, and she runs the whole backyard, and I call her like a little queen. But with me, she's like the sweetest little angel. Squirrels have sharp claws and they can cut you and scratch you. Sarah Connor has never shown me like one fraction of an ounce of any sort of like aggression or anger or anything. Beautiful little girl.
I love squirrels. Squirrels are good.
That's where we see the paintings, the statues, the mummies.
Just hate human babies.
Their absolute stand-level
They're fucking
obsession with
hideous.
all things kitty cat. But newer research suggests that wasn't the origin story at all. In 2004, archaeologists uncovered a grave in Cyprus, where a human was buried alongside a cat around a whopping 9,600 years ago. That, along with genetic evidence, showed that cats had cozied up to humans thousands of years earlier than we thought. Likely in the Fertile Crescent, just a boat ride away from the island, long before Egyptian art made them famous. It turns out that all of these traits of the African wildcat, their hunting skills, their range, and their opportunistic style, put them in the perfect position to bump into our other main character, a little friend we like to call humankind. This was at the dawn of a pretty important landmark of our story. 10,000 years ago, in the very same neighborhood where the African wildcat lives, humans were inventing farming. We were shifting away from the hunter-gatherer lifestyle, building settlements, and starting to grow crops like wheat and barley, and eventually livestock too. With these new settlements, humans didn't have to do as much running around. That meant surpluses of grain, and where there's grain, there's rodents. For wildcats, it must have felt like winning the lottery. Their weird, bald ape neighbors were bringing them an unlimited amount of furry treats for them to munch on. A cat's dinner in the Fertile Crescent came in the form of some pet shop-style cuties. Mice, gerbils, hamsters, and one of my favorites, the jerboa. Sure,
Give him vegan cat food.
I see an adorable kangaroo bunny mouse hybrid, but the African wildcat just saw an easy, bouncy snack. Over time, the cats that were less scared of humans thrived, getting more food and raising more kittens. In a nutshell, that's how wildcats turned into house cats. But there's a bit of a jump between wildcats living among humans and then physically changing into the domestic kitties we know and love. In terms of domestication, the route the cats took is pretty wild. Domestication is more than taming wild animals. It's also about selecting the traits we want them to pass on to their babies and breeding them to make ever more ideal kitties. The ancestors of most domesticated animals lived in herds or packs with clear dominance hierarchies. Humans could step in, feed them, reward the friendliest ones, and gradually steer the whole group. That's how wolves became dogs. Humans kept the friendlier, more docile wolves close, making them reproduce with each other, and by doing that, created a whole new species. But cats did it themselves. People weren't deciding which cats got to mate or where they lived. The ancestors of domestic house cats, like my buddy Nebs here, probably chose to live among humans because it worked in their favor, and theirs alone. Basically the cat version of your worst date. All take and no give. Didn't even ask any questions. Early domesticated cats were likely like the feral farm cats of today, mostly doing their own thing. Humans liked them for their mice hunting skills, which made the relationship at least somewhat mutually beneficial. You know what they say, the enemy of my enemy is a wild animal that will slowly turn into my best friend, but will bite and scratch me every once in a while. But there's another factor. Cuteness. I mean, come on, look at this.
Wow.
Scientists call it neoteny, and it's adorable. It means keeping baby-like features into adulthood. Cats with round eyes, compact noses, and playful movements hit our caregiving instincts just like a human baby would. Sometimes even more.
No, human babies are disgusting. Kitties, they're great.
These traits aren't unique to domestic animals, but humans tend to love them, and that gives cats a real advantage. Compared to their wild relatives, these house cats look like babies for much longer. It's more than just their cute kitten-like features that domesticated cats exploited. Some of their behaviors play the same card, like meowing. Did you know that adult wild cats don't meow? It's a strictly kitten thing. Domestic cats just kept meowing and turned it on us. Basically, baby talk turned into a negotiation tool. And they only do it to us, not other cats. They even evolved to meow in the same frequencies as human babies cry. They literally hacked into our brains to make our parental instincts kick in so we take care of them. And they do it a lot. Yes, Nebs, I know you're watching this. I'll be home with your treats soon. Purring started as a nursing sound too, and even kneading, that making biscuits motion, began as a kitten's behavior to make their moms feed them milk. It's both a leftover instinct and a surprisingly effective spa treatment. Over time, these semi-domesticated weirdo roommates followed humans as they traveled and traded across the Middle East, eventually arriving in ancient Egypt, where they reached legendary status. In the Fertile Crescent, we mostly understand that cats and humans lived alongside each other. But it's the art from the time they hit Egypt, around 3,500 years ago, that shows humans, from temple priests to royalty, had gone full-on cat lady. But not only were they cuddly companions, in Egypt they were elevated to deities, like Bastet, the goddess of cats, daughter of Ra. It's actually kind of a really cool tattoo, reserved for the most hardcore cat lovers. Let me know in the comments if you have a Bastet tattoo.
Yeah, I've watched The Ninth Gate. It's a pretty cool movie. Ever met any Wicca vegan bitches? No, I'd rather not. I consider that a huge red flag.
Tattoo. Her yin and yang energy, gentle, playful cat by day, fierce protector by night, made Bastet one of the most revered deities in Egyptian religion. Entire temples were built in her honor, and families kept cats as a way to connect with her spirit. Harming a cat was even considered a crime against the gods. But there was a darker side to this devotion. Mass amounts of cat mummies have been found by archaeologists, measured by the ton. Some of these cats were sacrificed in religious rituals. But the sheer volume of cat mummies is morbid proof that for the first time,
That's not good.
humans were keeping tons of house cats, and they were thriving, until they go meet Ra. You're probably picturing the majestic cats in Egypt as mythical looking, dramatically spotted, winged eyeliner, and maybe even hairless like the Sphinx cat of today. But we here at Animalogic are committed to debunking long-held cat myths. And maybe disappointingly, but in some ways relatable, genetic evidence suggests that the venerated cats of Egypt were probably classic striped tabbies, not a lot different from the average alley cat of today. So when did cats start developing the variety of colors and patterns we see today? The answer is, weirdly, very recently. After the Egyptians worshipped the house cat around 3,500 years ago, felines continued to spread across the world. In the Far East, around the 14th century, one of the earliest recognizable breeds began to emerge, the Siamese. Humans actually had no hand in their development. Instead, their unique appearance developed through a process called genetic drift. It's when a small, isolated population develops random new traits simply by chance.
Wow.
Siamese cats are actually partial albinos with heat-sensitive coloration. They are born white, but as they grow older, their cooler extremities develop darker fur, forming those signature points.
Wow.
Their almond-shaped blue eyes, slender bodies, and short, fine coats also emerged naturally. In the Far East, there are no local wildcats to interbreed with and keep them looking like vintage cats. So domestic cats went their own way, gradually accumulating the unique coats and patterns we recognize today. Are you sensing a theme here? Cats like to do everything themselves. But if we know humans, we know that they can never keep their noses out of anything for too long. So of course, they had to get in there and make their own mark on our feline companions. In the early 1800s, artists and naturalists like Harrison Weir were documenting cats and noted that breeders were selecting for looks rather than hunting skills or usefulness. It was during the 19th century, mostly in the British Isles, that humans pounced on the trend. So let's lace up our corsets, tip our bowler hats, and take an imaginary ride to the Crystal Palace in London, 1871, to witness the very first cat show showcasing human-created breeds. Around 170 cats were entered, some from pedigree breeds, but also some regular house cats. They were judged both on looks and personality. The winner for Best in Show was a blue Persian, owned by a Mrs. H.P. Villet, but for some reason nobody recorded their name. A bit sad. No wonder it was blue. Since then, cat breeding has mostly been about aesthetics. Hair length, color, pattern, or even one with a whole body wax.
Wow.
But it's important to remember that beyond differences in fur and coat genes, there's barely any genetic variance. Most cats could practically slip into a wildcat colony and nobody would bat an eye. Except, of course, for the occasional weird meow when they spot a bipedal human. Or maybe to politely request a sweater for the hairless one. And unfortunately, many domestic cats do that. Domestic cats harm wildlife not only by killing it, but also by mating with it. This is when domestic cats mate with wild cats and make them lose some of the adaptations they need to survive in the wild. The poster child for this is the Scottish wildcat. Once abundant, it's now functionally extinct in pure form, with only about 100 individuals left. Most wildcats
That's why you should keep your cats indoors.
there are now hybrids, which means millennia of evolution was erased in just a few hundred years. Dogs, on the other hand, are a completely different story. Bred for thousands of years to herd, hunt, pull sleds, and even rescue humans, they now come in wildly different shapes and sizes. A tiny Chihuahua and a massive Saint Bernard might both be dogs, but functionally, they couldn't be further apart. Dogs are engineered for function in all shapes and sizes. But cats? They're still basically the exact same stealthy, silent hunters their ancestors were, just with a makeover.
Cats.
In the last 20-ish years, advances in artificial insemination and in vitro fertilization have allowed breeders to cross domestic cats with wild species, producing hybrids like the tuft-eared caracat and the leopard-spotted Bengal. Nebs is a Bengal. Bengals are mixes of domestic cats with Asian leopard cats. They're beautiful, but if you're thinking about adopting a cat, consider a regular cat from your local shelter.
Yes.
One of the keys to the cat's success is that even though they're cuddly pets, they're also perfectly able to catch prey on their own. This, unfortunately, is a huge problem in areas where wildcats aren't native. Domestic cats in urban areas eat a lot of birds. In North America alone, cats are estimated to kill 2.5 billion birds every year. That means that over 2/3 of all bird deaths in the region are caused by cats. On top of that, they kill over 10 billion small animals.
Yeah, dude, people who let their cats outside are fucking retards. Can't stand them.
Plover, whose numbers are crashing in. Feral cats and outdoor cats have been cited as the main reason for the extinction of over 60 species. The damage is especially catastrophic on islands, with birds. Some of the current beliefs about cat domestication. For example, scientists are beginning to find evidence that the cats in the Fertile Crescent may not have been the ancestors to today's house cats. Instead, these early felines were a different species altogether, and may have been useful to humans for food and clothing rather than companions. However, these theories await confirmation and are pending genetic analysis of ancient Egyptian cat remains. Today, domestic cats are everywhere. An estimated 600 million to a billion of them roam the planet from pampered pets to feral colonies. It's wild, pun intended, to watch the glow-up of these clever, self-domesticating hunters who went from African wildcats to cultural icons in Egypt to global soft and fuzzy companions, and in some cases, back to global invaders. So whether you're admiring a Bengal's spots, watching a feral colony, or just cuddling your house cat, remember, these little hunters may be tiny, but their story and impact is enormous. So what should we talk about next? Please let me know in the comments, and don't forget to subscribe for new episodes.
I have a kitty. I have a kitty right here. This is what you call a good kitty. Just likes to cuddle, get some good snack. It's a good cuddle buddy. Oh.
The Andean cat is the...
Oh.
So it's like 12:30 a.m. and part of my routine is to come out here every night and check the habitat. And right now I got Icknick over here in the big habitat by himself because it's breeding season, and I'm not gonna let him have puppies with his girlfriends this year. So I was petting on his head, but I took off my gloves so that
he wants the glove.
So I can stretch him better. And while I'm scratching him, he's very sneaky. He's got a hold on my gloves now. He's not trying to take it very hard. He's just, you can see his expression. He's not really trying to, like, if he really wanted this thing, it'd be very hard for me to pull him, and I'll probably lose
Look at him.
But 6 years old, not quite 6.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, you don't want to get close to a polar bear because they do eat people. They really don't give a shit. They'll eat people. Oh, this is your good kitty. Oh my goodness, look at your pretty kitty chin. Love you, Gum Gum. That's your good Gum Gum. Yeah, that's your good Gum Gum. So pretty. So pretty. This guy's stupid. Yeah, what a dumbass. Yeah, they'll kill and eat you. The fuck?
Kiss, kiss? No, I don't want to kiss, kiss. Did you just call me a bitch?
She's supposed to walk him through. That's not my job.
Parrots are fucking hilarious. Oh, spaghetti. It's a big frog. How much do you know about coring with test vials? Coring? What is that? Needle cuts a small cylindrical piece of rubber from a vial stopper, introducing particles in the medication. Oh, well, that's why I don't use anything bigger than a 22 gauge needle for extraction. If you're using, especially if you're using MCT oil as the carrier oil, you definitely want to throw the vial out because it will dissolve the rubber. It dissolves pretty much any stupid little thing it comes into contact with. That's why you also can't, you can't draw out steroids that use MCT oil in a needle and then leave the needle out for a while because it'll actually dissolve the ink on the inside of the needle. So I just throw it out. You probably want to throw it out. Regardless, it's just probably not a good idea to use it. But yeah, especially if it's MCT oil, it'll probably dissolve. And then you're going to end up injecting yourself with some like dissolved rubber thing. Use 18 to draw. Yeah, I use 22 gauge needles to draw. Because again, the bigger the needle, the more likely that is to happen, where you end up getting like a piece of the rubber cut out and then floating around inside the vial. So I wouldn't recommend using 18 to draw. I just use 22 gauge. Yeah, if you saw particles from the rubber, then I just throw out that vial. Especially if it's MCT oil, but you probably just want to throw it out anyway. I'm probably gonna have to poop soon. I'm getting that feeling around my butt like there's something that wants to come out. So yeah, I just used 22 gauge needles. 22 gauge is plenty large to very quickly and easily draw out whatever steroids you're using. 18 is just overkill, and again, you're going to have a larger risk of that problem happening. Is it okay to draw and inject with my 25? Yeah, 25's fine. I'd recommend injecting with 27 gauge or higher, just to minimize scar tissue. I use 30 gauge, and again, if you're gonna extract, like you're not gonna be able to do that with a normal size needle, like a 1-inch. But if you're just injecting, then it's plenty easy to inject with a 30 gauge needle. That's 1-inch. But yeah, just to minimize scar tissue, I would use the smallest needle you possibly can. But I wouldn't use anything larger than a 22 gauge to draw. No. Nope. None of that.
Okay, it's 10 to 7. Let's go. Closed in Halifax because of accidents.
This looks like somebody whose wife died, and now this is what he does.
And
He makes friends with raccoons. Look at those sons of bitches. I love raccoons. So fuzzy. Wow. That's a nice Highland cow. So big. Look at his horns.
I am the owner here at Thistle. The cow is.
That's a big cow.
So they don't know the rule.
That's a big moo cow.
Forge of
Oh my goodness.
dog owner's
What a
handbook.
nice moo cow. Oh, this guy's friends with a polar bear.
Maria came right to me.
Or Lasmi
Where's
has
the
managed
polar
to
bear?
integrate herself with
Oh, the hyenas are cool.
But a few years ago, he set up his own.
Why are you so scared of me saying a name though? I thought you made that rule because you don't want to talk about it anymore, but if him just saying the name once and that's all the donation is, why does that bother you? Why do
Yeah,
you talk
because
over
then
it?
everybody's going to start bringing it up again, and I just don't want to fucking deal with it, dude. It's, why the hell would I put up with that horse shit? If people generally didn't really care that much and just, like, asked me questions about it every now and again, I wouldn't fucking care, but every single time it's brought up, just hours and hours and hours of stupid fucking questions and hearing about that nonsense. The reality is, we're done. It's in the past, so why keep bringing shit up from the past? Thanks for the donation, dude. I want the new Resident Evil to come out. It's 30 more days. Yeah, end of February. Muscular girls' butts drives me nuts.
I don't care, nigga, we're never gonna give up saying her name, as well as his name. In 10 years you'll still be hearing about their names just as you've been hearing about him for the last 4 or so years.
Yeah, I'm sure. That's great. I wish more girls lifted and did steroids. It's fucking great.
Are you looking forward to donations mentioning that woman's name, videos, clips of her, you hearing her voice or seeing her for like 2 seconds while you realize what's going on, spamming it while you sleep, etc., for the next 5+ years? It will happen.
No, I'm not looking forward to that. Thanks for the donation, jackass. My sleep is so unbelievably fucked. Like, it's, I think it's because of the winter. Just the, like, crazy fucking temperatures of, like, being freezing outside and then being warmer inside, then it getting, like, super cold when I turn the heat off and shit. I think that's what's, like, actually fucking me up. And, like, I don't really go outside either, so I don't get some of the, like, normal regulation you'd get where it's warm outside and then you're gonna go ride your bike and rollerblade and stuff and you get a lot of sunlight. Winter is just so bullshit.
Left short, 40, 5 right short, 80,
just absolute
caution,
horseshit.
5 left long, opens, don't cut, 80. BMG is just, it's so brutal. Tightens, over crest, 30. There is no like, don't worry.
I keep forgetting to fucking RMA my steering wheel base. I gotta do that fucking tomorrow and just remind myself. Really want to play some of the BMG updates and set a course at Evo. Sharp decline in fertility rates.
Some new data from Statistics Canada shows a sharp decline in fertility rates. Back in 2023, Canada joined, quote, ultra-low fertility countries like Japan, South Korea, and Switzerland. And this new data is offering insight into why. CTV's Harrison Shin joins us now to break down the numbers. So, Harrison, what does this data say?
Well, Marilee, the downward trend in fertility rates started in 2009 when it slid minus.
Kind of like this is why fertility rates low. Too many ugly people.
It's 1.6%. That accelerated to
Gross.
minus 6.9% in 2022, with 2023 at minus 5.2%. It's generally accepted women need to have 2.1 children on average to maintain a country's position. As of 2024, that number in Canada was 1.25. The survey finds that close to 1 in 4 Canadian women in their 40s do not have children, and
yeah.
that varied proportionally by age group. For the 30s, 43.2% of women do not have children, while 88.5% of all women in their 20s were childless.
Dodo, don't tell us, can we watch sleepy 40-minute video like this?
My name is Mickey Bergman. I have spent over 17 years negotiating.
I don't think so. We've played Detroit Become Human. Hostage negotiations really easy. You just send in the sex robot with a gun, and then you get him to shoot the guy in the head. It's very straightforward. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Lori Wilkinson, a sociology professor at University of Manitoba, says there are many reasons behind the trend, including the cost of living.
It's incredibly expensive to raise a child from.
Cost of living is not the biggest factor. I used to think it was, but it's just not. You can look at, like, historically, it used to be extremely expensive to raise children anyway, because, like, if you look at the early 20th century, food costs were like an enormous expense. I think food was like 4 times more expensive on average than it is now. So if you're going to have several kids, like, factoring in food costs, that would have massively increased, you know, your bills month to month, just having mouths to feed. So there have been cost of living crises before as well, you know, like Great Depression and stuff, and that did affect fertility rates, but you never saw the kind of crazy crash that you're seeing now. So cost of living is not the main factor for people not having kids. The main factor is nobody sees any kind of rational benefit to having kids. None whatsoever. Kids used to be necessary if you wanted to have a retirement plan, basically. So before like anybody could, like, before any pension plans existed or anything like that, one of the safest retirement plans was to have kids and then just make sure your kids take care of you when you're older. Also, if you had, like, farmland or a big property, like, again, just having more kids that can help you with the farm, you know, that made sense. But because, you know, people are getting into more skilled labor that, you know, kids are a negative, they're a detriment, they don't help at all. And combine that with, like, cost of living and stuff, like, nobody sees any logical benefit to having children, so they're just not having kids. Dodo $20. Pick a vid or two on here. Authorized account, video, so I can do cardio and listen to you reacting to it. I think what I'm probably going to do is take a shit and try to sleep. You know, the thing. Yeah, just, They're gonna be making a Wildcat movie with that dickhead. Weird. That's a dumb, gay-looking superhero. Very strange. Yeah, I'm probably gonna take a shit and then try to sleep, Dodo. I've been having a rough week. Sleep has just been so fucked. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo. Yes, I don't know.
From 0 to 18, and increasingly, right, we're spending money on our children well into their 20s to help them get through any kind of training or even just getting into the labor market.
Wilkinson adds the StatsCan data makes it clear couples are more likely than single people to have children. This is true across all
You don't say.
all the age groups. Women who practice religion are also more likely to have children according to the data. And in general, there is a higher proportion of women without children among university graduates and those employed. Being
Yep, having to go to work for 8 to 10 hours a day kind of makes it hard to get dicked and become pregnant. So, you know, there's that. I have a kitty on my lap. I'm holding the cat's hand. He has a nice soft kitty paw. I love his kitty paws. You're just so beautiful, Gum Gum. Gum Gum is the best. Just so sweet and cuddly. He always tries to steal all of my food. Any food that I make, he tries to eat it because he thinks it's his. Very entitled, very spoiled. He thinks he can do whatever he wants. He sees me make food, he says, "Oh, that's mine. Let me sit in it." Isn't that right? He loves standing on my pizza. He sees pizza, he says, "That is mine. Let me stand on it and eat it." Isn't that right? Same with soup. If I open up a can of soup, he says, "That is mine. Let me eat it." That's a good baby. Alright, well, I'm probably gonna go take a shit and then try to sleep. But, hope you all had fun. I'm going to try my best to sort out this sleep problem that I'm having. And I'll try to do a workout video or workout stream tomorrow where we'll train back. So, oh, yeah, these monkeys are troublesome. Those are monkeys. Monkeys take things. They like to take sunglasses, apparently. Oh. Oh my god. Is he eating Pringles? That's hilarious. It's funny watching monkeys eat people food like a person. I saw a monkey eat Oreos and they don't even like the wafer. They just spit out, like they just eat the cream filling and then throw away the wafer. Alright, well, thanks again, everybody. Big thanks to everybody who donated on Streamlabs. I really appreciate it. I will see you all tomorrow, regardless, and I will try to get my sleep back to normal. Steve from the Hamilton collection just took delivery of his new Koenigsegg and it broke down the first day. Yeah, that's what happens when you buy a car that's literally made by a guy and they only make like 10 of them. So, yeah, Koenigsegg's are a nightmare. The only people where it makes sense to buy a Koenigsegg is if you're super ridiculously wealthy and you've bought every other, like, car. If you've bought every other Ferrari, every other Lamborghini, every other McLaren, you know, you bought all the big car brands, there's nothing else for you to collect. You've even gone through, like, Pagani. Then, like, yeah, that's the last one, right? And it's, like, super rare, super expensive, but they break down like crazy and you'll never be able to fucking drive them. Good luck getting replacement parts and getting it serviced. Like, one guy in Sweden makes like 10 of those cars, so yeah, they're stupid. But, nighty-night, everybody. I'll see you all tomorrow.